Good afternoon, everyone. The town of Hinton respectfully acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation Region Number 4. These are the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Indigenous peoples, including the Plains Cree First Nations, the Sunawuchi Winnewak Rocky Mountain First Nations, Stoney, Tsuut'ina, Nakota, Dene Sulin, Salto, Mountain Métis, Michif, and many other communities that continue to enrich the land on which the town of Hinton was established. And with that, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 4:04. Council, any additions or deletions to today's agenda? Councillor Haas.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to add in closed session number 2, the personnel interim CAO expectations under closed per section 17 of FOIP, please.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council, any other additions? Administration.
Sir, thank you. Nothing from administration, but I will at this moment introduce to my right, Margaret Schultz is here with us from the Northern Rockies Museum, and she will be taking an opportunity here at the Citizens Minute with Council to introduce herself further.
Perfect. Thank you for that, CO Hanlon, and welcome. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we adopt the regular meeting of council agenda for Tuesday, February 1st, 2022 as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no one, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously with Councillor Ostashik, by the way, joining us virtually today. That'll bring us to our council minutes for adoption. Council, any comments, questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Councillor LaBerge.
I move that we adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of January 11th, the committee of the whole January 14th and 15th, regular council meeting January 18th, and committee of the whole January 25th, 2022.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate or questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. That'll bring us to our Citizens Minute with Council. Just if you can make your way forward, state your name, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As has been said, my name is Margaret Schultz. I am the new manager at the Northern Rockies Museum, and I've spoken with many of you already. I'm very happy to be here. My background is that I have a degree in history and a master's in public history. I've worked at museums in Edmonton and London, Ontario, and I'm really delighted to be here to take on this new opportunity.
Awesome. Well, Margaret, first and foremost, thank you for choosing Hinton, and we look forward to your role at the museum, and we appreciate, again, everything that the museum does, so we look forward to a great partnership.
Thank you.
Administration, any other minute with councils that have been registered?
Sir, nobody else has registered for today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Interim CAO. That'll bring us to our delegations and presentations. We have one for today, introduction to Northern Lakes College, and I'll hand it over to CAO Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 24 of your agenda package, we do have in a Zoom link here, and just bringing that up right now, we have representatives from Northern Lakes College. I will ask them to introduce themselves and speak to their presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels and Council, for this opportunity to meet with you to discuss my favorite topic, Northern Lakes College. You may have seen our ads in your performing arts theater there in Hinton, and we were hoping we could be with you in person tonight, but the way things are, oh well, we'll make the best of it. So Northern Lakes College is an online college, and we offer programming through our supported distance learning model. Distance learning is no longer about correspondence courses of the past. Our students are very engaged with their curriculum, their peers, and their instructors. And we want to take a few minutes this evening, if you will, to just share a few details about Northern Lakes College, about what we do and how we do it. So with me today is Amy Sates, Dean, Business Academics, Trades and Regional Stewardship. Dr. Michelle Mitchell, Dean, Humanities, University Studies, Quality and Interim Dean of Health. And Rachel Willette, who's our Director of External Relations. My name is Glenn Mitchell. I'm President and CEO of Northern Lakes College. And we're going to kind of walk down through that package that we've sent out to council. And I'm going to turn things over to Amy.
Thank you, Glenn. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I'm just going to go very briefly about some of the programs in my portfolio that were also included in your package. I'll just touch on them very briefly. So if you're referring to the package, I'll start with academic upgrading. So the academic upgrading program, as Dr. Mitchell has indicated, is online, as most of our programming is at Northern Lakes. But what it provides is an adult high school. We are a registered high school in Alberta, so our courses are Alberta Ed courses. Then we provide adult courses, or sorry, high school courses to adult learners. So examples would be English, Biology 30, Chem 30, all of those things. The great thing about that is that an adult learner who maybe does not yet have a high school diploma could access our programming to obtain a high school diploma with our programming. So that sets us apart a little bit with some of the other adult academic upgrading programs in the province. We also offer an adult basic education program, and this is geared to have maybe only a grade 4 math or literacy level. That's where we start at. So it targets those needs of learners in perhaps your community. And again, all of the courses are offered online. Use a very supported distance learning model, as Dr. Mitchell mentioned. So there are wraparound services for those foundational level learners. Things like they are provided a laptop and support people as well. So just moving quickly down the list, we have a number of apprenticeship trades that we offer at Northern Lakes. These, of course, by their very nature, are not online. The majority of our apprenticeships right now are offered through our Slave Lake campus, and they include carpenter, electrician, and welder apprenticeships, and we offer all periods. So periods 1 through 4 for carpentry and electrician, and 1 through 3 for welder. A little further down the package, but I'll mention it now because it's related. We have pre-employment programs for those same trades, and also an additional 2, so the heavy equipment and the industrial mechanic. What those are is you have to have an employer sponsor you to access apprenticeship trades. That's the only way a learner gets into those programs. But pre-employment allows a learner to access the trade. It's double the length, so instead of 8 weeks, it's 16. They get an opportunity for work integrated learning. They get some other support pieces, and they also cover AIT, so apprenticeship industry trainings, period 1 curriculum. So at the end of their pre-employment, they can actually challenge the first period exam. And of course, the intent is to provide learning for people who are not already employed in the trade, but want to enter the trade, and to benefit industry as well, to, have somebody coming in to employ them with some skills already. So that's those programs. The business and administrative studies includes a business admin certificate program. It's a 10-month program. It leads learners then to, they can end there, but then it can also provide them, lead them into diplomas. There are a variety of diplomas that it transfers into. A couple are mentioned. We have partnership diplomas with Portage College currently in the accounting and management fields. And then we also have our own in human resource management. In all 3 areas, those can lead into a degree. So a Bachelor of Business Administration, so BBA, fully transferable into Athabasca University. And same for a Bachelor in Human Resource Management too. So there's some options there for them to continue. Computer Network Specialist certificate, it is as it says, and that also is online entirely. So I'll just move down quickly to our resource technologies. So we offer survey theory It's online, it's an online offering. Most of the learners are part-time and participating while they're working within the survey field. We have an oil field operator also online. They do have the option to come in and do an oil field operator lab. It's located in Peace River, and those are offered at scheduled times, so that fulfills that part of the program. And then also power engineering, also you can see 3rd class, 4th class, as well as the lab for power engineering is also in Peace River. And students would travel in there to do their lab components, but the rest of the program is online. And I'll just wrap up quickly with Con Ed. So continuing education and corporate training. In your package, there's a listing of courses. It's not all encompassing because there are many more, but we took a sampling to give you an idea of what's offered through our CECT. The one thing that I would like to mention, we do private training bundles. So if there are individuals in your community that want a specific and unique to them private training bundle, they can reach out to our CECT department. And then we would put that together for them and offer it in the modality that they wish it to be. So sometimes it's face-to-face, sometimes it's online, sometimes it's a combination. We've done several of these for a number of different agencies, industry, organizations. So just to mention that. And then lastly, the maintenance management professional and asset management professional. So AMP is very unique to Northern Lakes College. Both are through PMAC, which is an engineering association that owns the curriculum. And other institutions do offer the maintenance management professional, but Northern Lakes is the only one that offers the asset management professional. And those two programs are very successful in our supported distance learning model. So we are a good fit, I guess, for that. Yeah, so I'll leave it there. I think the rest is pretty self-explanatory in terms of safety courses and so on that we provide.
Well, perfect. Well, Glenn, Amy, and Michelle, thank you for that. What I'll do is I'll open up the floor to council if we have any questions. Councilor Magoon.
Yeah, first of all, thanks so much for the presentation. That was really informative. Quite a large variety of programs, obviously. My question is actually around your university studies section that was in the package you sent to us. It indicates that there's a University of Calgary community-based Bachelor of Ed program. Is that in conjunction with Workland then?
So thank you, Councillor. I'll just turn things over to Michelle, and Michelle can talk about the other group of programs in our package. And so that was, we did kind of half of it with Amy. Maybe Michelle can talk for a few minutes. She'll cover your questions, and then we'll probably have some questions at the end. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Great. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Michelle.
Awesome. Perfect. And I promise I will answer your question. I'll get there really quickly here. So all of the programs that are under my portfolio that I am going to speak about can either be taken fully or partially online. So from the comforts of the homes of the Hinton residents. So we'll start with the health careers. And so if you'll have to scroll back a little ways to the first page of the handout that's included in your package from Northern Lakes College. So speaking of the health programs, so the health programs do have a requirement to come to campus, simply because you can't learn how to put in an IV, remotely. So you kind of need to be face-to-face to be able to do that. So we have our primary care paramedic and our advanced care paramedic programs. And so of course that trains graduates to be able to work in the field of paramedicine, a very in-demand program, and certainly an in-demand career field at this point in time. We also have our primary care paramedic and advanced care paramedic upgrading programs, and essentially those are for those people who were practitioners, either PCPs or ACPs, but have stepped out for a while, and now they have some gaps in their training and they need to get retrained in order to get registered with the Alberta College of Paramedics. We also have our healthcare aid program, and there's a variety of options for a student to be able to take the program. There's a regular program. There's also what we call E-STEP, which is a version of healthcare aid whereby people who are working as healthcare aides can have an employer sign off on some of their skills. And so they're taking the program while they're also working and getting credit for their work. And we also have what's called Healthcare Aid PLAR, which means that if you've been a healthcare aide for a period of time, you can get credit in recognition of your work experience. We also have our practical nurse, and of course, graduates of that program can become licensed practical nurses, another very in-demand field right now in the province. With a practical nurse, students would need to come into either, I think the closest campus to Hinton would be High Prairie. For the paramedic programs, the closest campus for labs would be Slave Lake. And I'd just like to note that we have students from all across the province in these programs. People travel in from Calgary for their ACP labs, for example, 1 week a month. So we're used to setting up these programs so that students can, come in for a chunk of time. They're not coming in all the time, they're coming in for a chunk of time. And so we maximize their time when they're on campus. Next up are human services careers. These can all be taken from the comforts of folks' homes. And so we have our addictions counseling diploma program that transfers into years 3 and 4 of the Bachelor of Health Sciences and Addictions at Lethbridge University. One of the things that we pride ourselves on, and when we get into university study section here, is having these laddering opportunities for students to take a certificate that then goes into a diploma, that then it goes into a degree. So, we have a slogan that says Northern Lakes College, start here, go anywhere. And so here's some examples of how we want our students to start here and then launch, into bigger and better things. We have our early learning programs, and so graduates of the certificate and diploma can have registration with the Alberta Human Services to work in daycare settings. So at the early childhood educator level 2 or level 3, which is the supervisor level. We also have our educational certificate, educational assistant, where EAs can work with students and be trained in K-12. And we have our social work diploma program, which is 2 years, can be taken from home, and graduates will become registered social workers at the end of their 2 years with us. And they can also launch into a Bachelor of Social Work degree at the University of Calgary. Furthering on, going down further to university studies, where our question was, we have some preparatory courses under college and career prep. So if somebody's been at a high school for a while, does not have the academic requirements to get in, and want to fast track, get the requirements to move into post-secondary, then we have those prep courses. And then we also have university studies, which is growing like leaps and bounds. It's crazy, crazy exciting, that we have all of our courses transfer to all of the major universities in the province, and some external to the province, like Thompson Rivers University in BC, for example. So we have a partnership with the Workland School of Education for the community-based Bachelor of Education. So it's a K-12 degree that students can take with us. So essentially they take what the Workland School of Education refers to as their non-education courses. So that's their specialization courses, their electives, their English, psychs, those sorts of courses. And then they can launch into the Workland School of Education to take the remainder of their degree, so the education focused. So it really comes out to be about 2 years with Northern Lakes and 2 years with the Workland School of Education at the University of Calgary. However, we have students that are at varying stages and are sort of blended, and they can be taking courses with both institutions at the same time. So it's a really neat opportunity for our students. We currently have teaching specializations in English, social studies, early childhood education, math, science, and the revitalization of Indigenous languages. And we're still growing those specializations so that we can create multiple pathways for students who are wanting to go into the field of teaching from a rural or remote community.
Thanks for that, Michelle. Councillor Magoon, are you good?
Yeah, honestly, I'd just like to comment. It's a great program. I know for myself personally, when I was in northern Minnesota, the college program that I started on, it was very similar, and it was great because it kept students in their own communities longer. They got to save money and live at home with mom and dad a little bit longer and save money on all the really expensive things in college, like room and board and tuition. And it honestly, I think it gave them a more stable starting point to then launch into other careers and further education. So no, it was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Risk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I hope this is a fair question. What would it take for Northern Lakes to be able to offer trade schooling here. So if somebody wanted heavy duty electrical welding, millwright, instead of going to NAIT or SAIT or wherever to take that schooling, they're going to take it here in Hinton. So what would that take?
Yeah, good question, Councillor. So there's really three components to that, and that's space, so lab space. We would need lab space in Hinton. If this programming is apprenticeship training program, then typically, training would happen where the apprentices are. So Hinton would have to kind of indicate, a demand for apprenticeship training and some kind of sustainability, because if labs are to be established, then we want to know that they're sustainable, that they wouldn't just be a kind of a one-hit wonder for 1 or 2 years. So those are the main pieces. And of course, the capital purchases of equipment. So if there was heavy equipment training, for example, the purchases or donation of equipment from local companies or or however we could arrange that, those are the main components.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how your program, how what you're doing syncs with Grand Prairie College. We're used to seeing Grand Prairie College around here. So what do you do versus what they do, or any college can go anywhere in the province, or how does that work?
Yeah, good question. So each college in the province has their own kind of regional boundaries. Hinton is outside of Northern Lakes College regional boundary, but Hinton, the town of Hinton approached Northern Lakes and said, we want to talk about, providing some additional courses. The main reason, I guess, or the main difference between what Northern Lakes does and what GPRC does, Grand Prairie Regional College, now Northwestern Polytechnic, I guess, is that we offer students the ability to stay home. So as previous councillor mentioned, the ability to stay home, not have to provide, accommodations and or pay for accommodations and meals and all that, kind of away, to leave your support systems of your community and your family. Northern Lakes allows people to stay home, save that money, learn from home, and learn online. So that's the big difference. Some of the programs are the same, but how we deliver it is quite different.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, anything further? Seeing none, well, Glenn, Michelle, Amy, we really appreciate your time this afternoon to give us an update and paint a little bit of a better picture. And we appreciate all that you do and look forward to the next time we meet.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. We look forward to working with you in Hinton.
Okay, thanks. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
All right, Council, that'll bring us to our action items for this evening. The first one, 2022 operating budget in 2023 to 2025 plan approval, and I'll hand it off to our interim CAO, Mr. Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to all of council, I am speaking to page 31 of your agenda package. And just by way of a bit of introduction, as council is aware, the town of Hinton in September of 2021 retained Robert Osmond with ARO Consulting Partners and to implement the new budget process for 2022 operating and capital budgets. And on January 14th and 15th of this year, Mr. Osmond facilitated an initial operating budget deliberation session where council discussed and considered the 2022 operating budget and 2023 through 2025 operating plan information as was prepared for administration. We, based on some of that feedback, the intent was to bring it back before council here this evening. The implications on the bottom of page 31 very quickly. Administration is proposing a balanced operating budget showing $34,397,695 in total expenses. That does include proposed capital reserve contributions in 2022 of $2,890,754.54. Council will certainly recall from the January 14th to 15th session with Mr. Osmond The attachment 1, which is shown here for council, the operating business case deliberations tracking spreadsheet. And Mr. Osmond is with us online as well, and will be able to speak to that. I think it's very clear, or excuse me, not clear perhaps, but certainly administration's presentation here to council today is we have tried to bring a balanced budget, which we've accomplished, maintaining a maximum 3% mill rate increase for 2022, and as possible, funding reserve contributions. What is presented here for council's consideration is open certainly to further discussion. And we can, as we saw on January 14th and 15th, we can consider reductions, changes to this budget and see the effect on the mill rate. And Mr. Osmond will be able to take us through that. Sir, with that, and if Mr. Osmond has anything he'd like to add at this time, certainly looking to council for some direction. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Hanlon. Mr. Osmond, any words before I turn this over to council?
So I just, as CAO Hanlon pointed out, there is the operation business case tracking sheet. There is also a new presentation or a new form attached for council's review. It's the consolidated operating budget. So this follows the presentation form from prior years for the town of Hinton. And our hope was that in that format, some of this information may look a little more familiar. But with that comment, I'll turn it over to council, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond, and thank you for that page. It does help seeing the contrast from other years, so much appreciated. With that, I have Councillor Taylor.
On January 15th, council made a motion. Councillor Ostashik made the motion that we would put $3.133 million into reserve in 2022 with a 1.5% tax increase for each subsequent year, and that was considered important to keep up with infrastructure and that sort of thing. Are we still doing that, or has that been lowered to 2.8 million?
Interim CEO, or?
Mr. Mayor, in order to present here an initially balanced proposed budget, we have reduced those transfers to that amount. So Councillor Taylor is correct. We had that original motion. There's been some subsequent expenditures that have to be accounted for, and that's reduced the proposed transfer. But again, administration is open to the direction of the will of council on this matter and is prepared to work with council to make any of those changes and continue to balance the budget going forward.
May I have a follow-up, please?
Absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to direct administration to place $3,133,000 back into reserves and to find the shortfall in the operational budget. And to speak to that, keeping the reserves up was considered important to us on January 15th. We voted to do that. I've looked at this budget. I think there are a number of items where the expenditures are, quite high. I didn't think that the amount of money we were talking about would come out of the reserves. So I'd like to send administration back to look for this in the operational budget. I think that's more productive than us looking item by item by item to try to follow it. This was important to us 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I think it's still important to us. I'm trying to see if it is with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I'll just give Ms. Jen Davy Campbell a moment to bring it up. And I'll confirm with Councillor Taylor if the wording is to his liking. While we wait for that, Mr. Osmond, do you have a comment?
Thank you very much. So as CEO Hanlon explained, when we were going through the numbers, making the accommodations that council had requested following the January 14th, 15th budget session, we did come across a number that required some adjustment. As a result of that number, in order to make sure that the presentation remained in balance and with the tax increase at 3%, that change was accommodated by reducing the reserves. If council is not comfortable with that solution and would like to contemplate other changes, my recommendation to council would be to continue along with the process for the operating budget as we presented back in mid-January, where the decisions of how changes are accommodated in the budget remain with council. So if it is not to be an offset with reserve, if there is a desire to consider the operating projects that were included in the budget, or a desire to adjust the tax rate to accommodate for the additional reserve contribution, I think it is important that we continue along the same path where those directions come directly from council, rather than asking administration to determine what the will of council is to affect these changes in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. And Mr. Hanlon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to all of council. I do wish to just follow on Councillor Taylor's question and to confirm. So I believe we are speaking to an additional investment or keeping the investment to the reserve transfers of an additional $300,000, which would require a reduction elsewhere in the budget, at least maintaining the 3%. So thank you. I just wanted to confirm that, and that's the number we are considering here today or to bring back to a future meeting. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And Councillor Taylor, is that motion?
I just pulled up the original motion.
Yeah, sure. And my motion is, I'll speak to it a little more again, but to direct administration to place 3.133 million into reserves. Yeah, 3.133 million into reserves in 2022, and find any shortfall in the operational budget. And yeah, that's it. And by asking administration to do this, I believe that administration is better equipped to look at the operational budget and find out where there are savings than us. And then they go away, they find the $300,000 and they come back to us. If administration is working with us in good faith, we should be able to find these, and then they come back and they report it to us. I mean, we could be dissecting this budget for the next 8 hours looking for items. I don't know our operations or budget anywhere near as effectively as the administration and the people that work with us. So I kind of reject Rob's hypothesis that we should be doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. In the queue, I have Councillor LeBears and Councillor Race.
I think I would just as soon vote on this motion first. And my question's related, but I think I'll wait.
Thank you, Councillor LeBears. Councillor Race?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what, me personally, I agree with what Mr. Osmond is saying. If we say to administration, please go back and you know, take care of this $300,000. I don't want admin to come back to us and say, well, we've taken care of that with these service cuts. So we're not going to like that. So we'll give them another direction to go away and come back. So I would prefer that we as council get together with admin and together we do this. I don't want to go back and forth. So I would not be in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor Magoon?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to split the motion, please. Because I do believe that there's two separate motions included in there. One is the question of the placing $3,133,000 into reserves, and it's separated at the end, find any shortfall. Is really, it's,
Yep.
I certainly support one part of this, and I'm not quite sure how I feel about the second yet. I am supportive, but I think there's also some other areas that I think we as a council might look at as possibilities.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. And to my knowledge, splitting a motion is non-debatable. So Ms. John Davy Campbell, if after the year 2022, we can split. The first part that we'll deal with is and find any shortfall in the operating budget. So that's administration to find any shortfall in the operating budget. And we'll discuss that first, and then we'll vote on the other segment of the motion.
Just a point of order, if I may.
Mhm.
I remember a week or two ago, Councillor Ostashkik made a motion and then somebody tried to modify it for him, and then he didn't like the fact that it was going to get modified and it wasn't modified. How come we can modify Councillor Taylor's motion and we couldn't modify Councillor Ostashkik's motion 2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
What principles are different that we're using here versus there?
If I may, you could go whether through an amendment or a friendly amendment. It's up to the person who put the motion to decide if they want to amend it. Splitting a motion is not debatable as long as the motion in itself has two directions. So I'll hand it off to administration if they want to speak to splitting a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Taylor and to the whole council. I do recall that with Councillor Osmond at the last meeting, this is slightly different. This is a splitting. This is a clarification of the intent of two separate matters, and it is not typically open, or is not open to debate. It gives the chance for council to confirm their wishes going forward on this matter. If it passes, it'll be considered separately. If it does not pass, of course, it remains joint.
Councillor Taylor?
Just asking.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Ostashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Just in question for Councillor Taylor, I guess, sorry. Is that motion, does that capture his will? Because my understanding was that the second part was to direct administration to find any shortfall in the operation budget, and that's not clarified there.
Councillor Taylor, or would you be okay with that change for clarity?
Yeah.
Councillor Ostashik?
Yeah, sorry, I was just seeking clarification myself, but that's fine. If Councillor Taylor's okay with that, I think that better captures what he spoke to. Thank you.
Thank you. I think so.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik, Councillor Taylor for that. Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, and just seeking clarification then on that second motion, or that second part, the directing administration to find any shortfall in the operation budget. So that operation budget could include departmental spending, it could include contracted services, it could include any of those particular areas, right? Is that correct?
Councillor Taylor, was that your intent?
Yeah, that was my intent.
Perfect. So may I speak to it, Mr. Mayor? I'm happy to support it then. I just having that clarification, that's great for me. I think I'm good with that.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. I think I may have misspoke before. What we'll do is we'll deal with the first motion first in principle, because the second one is tied to the first part. So just for clarity, right now we will, the motion on the floor is to direct administration to place the 3.133 into reserves in 2022. After that has been dealt with, we will deal with the second motion, which would be then, after, if that's passed, that it will come by the direction of administration to find that shortfall. So just for council's clarity. Councillor Race.
I will wait until we get to the second motion.
Council,
Point of order.
Yeah.
Didn't I just have it explained to me that if it was councillor's will that we would split the motion, so we have to first vote on whether to split the motions?
Incorrect to my knowledge, but CEO Hanlon?
I believe it's just a matter now to vote. It's not the councilor's will, it's splitting the motion.
Okay.
To do
No, I'm just asking. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you for that, Councillor Taylor and interim CAO. So the motion on the floor is to direct administration to place 3.133 million back into reserves in 2022. Council, any further debate or questions regarding that? Seeing none, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. That'll bring us to our second part of the motion, to direct administration to find any shortfalls in the operation budget. Councillor LeBerge.
Yeah, on this one, I really do agree with Councillor Taylor. We've got good managers here, and for council to go in a ham-fisted way, happy to make some high-level suggestions, but this is a professional manager's job to have a look at their various departments and how perceived spending cuts is going to actually impact that department, the operation of the community itself. So I don't understand how somebody who comes in here one day a week for a few hours should be doing that work. Talking about myself here.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So would this be, and to direct administration to find any shortfall in the operation budget to the tune of 300,000? Or how much, what are we talking here? At least 300?
So for clarity, I think interim CAO pointed out the difference is 300,000. Interim CAO?
Correct, and if I could, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Race, it would be administration's understanding that at this time it's the 300,000 that's in question here. And we could clarify if you wish, or we simply, but the understanding is that it's taking $300,000, moving that money into the reserve contributions and finding it elsewhere in the budget.
Thank you. So if I could, I would like to add a friendly amendment to this.
Please go ahead. I'm all
Okay.
ears.
Oh, good. And to direct administration to find any shortfall in the operation budget to the sum not exceeding, or
At least.
I was gonna say not exceeding 300,000, but you know, if we exceeded that, that'd be great.
At least.
Of at least.
You want to add not exceed 300,000?
No, I don't want to.
So I'm going to go to administration before we, the intent of the original motion, to my knowledge, and I'll go to Councillor Taylor, was to find 300,000. If we say that we're going to go at least 300, that changes to me. The intent of the original motion was to find 300. So I think we have to be clear on the exact, that amount. If we want to give further direction, then we could either table this or we can vote on this and give further direction after. But Councillor Taylor, was your intent to find $300,000 for that to go back into reserves?
Yeah, I've clarified that already.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
I can reword my original motion to make it clearer if you like.
Administration, is the intent understood? I just don't want to belabor this, and I think we have a pretty hefty budget conversation to have, but is the intent to find 300,000 to put back into the reserves?
Sir, through you to all of council, I believe I certainly understand that to be the case, and that would be my direction with Mr. Osmond, and I think that Mr. Osmond understands that as well.
Councillor Race?
Yeah, I would not be happy with that. I think we need to show the 300,000. You know, if people aren't watching this and they just see that, they're not gonna know, So to direct administration to find any shortfall in the operation budget to include $300,000. Or something.
Councillor
I'll
Taylor,
take
would
help.
you be okay to add a friendly amendment to add to the amount of $300,000?
Yes.
Friendly amendment to find $300,000.
Yeah, perfect. No, in the operation budget, to the amount of $300,000.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor
Yeah.
Taylor, would you be okay with that?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are a
Okay, council,
Vision of
have
clarity.
Mr. Osmond.
Thank you very much. Just seeking some clarification in terms of administrating the tasks set out by council here. If the motion is to succeed, I'm looking to see if the direction is that administration find this $300,000 in what we referred to in the process as the operating base budget. So the previously approved level of service established by council. Or is it a broader question than that? So basically there's two components that made up the operating budget. There was the base budget as well as all the operational business case decisions. And I'm seeking clarification that it's council's intent that it be found in the current service levels approved by council, the base budget.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Osmond. Interim CEO, did you have an additional comment?
I think I do. And Mr. Mayor, through you to all the council, that would be my understanding of council's direction, is that would be coming out. And just to, again, to take a look at the consolidated budget, we see on page 2 of 2, total expenditures proposed in 2022 of $34,521,442.34. And I would envision that we need to find approximately 0.8% of that, or 300,000, and reduce that amount.
Thank you for that. Councillor Race.
Okay, just, I just need something clarified. It's my understanding when a motion is made, you have to speak, in a positive manner. Speak in a positive manner, but you do not have to vote in favor of the motion made. Is that correct?
Is that a question for administration?
Okay. Anybody who knows the answer?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Race, that is a good question, and unfortunately, I am unsure as to the answer. I don't know if Mr. Osmond can help us with that. I believe that even the mover is not bound to vote one way or the other, so I think you do have that option when the vote is called.
Councillor Race.
Yeah, we had that happen a few years ago where the person who made the motion did not speak in a positive manner, and then that was, it was spoken to about that. So.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Council, I'll speak in favor of this motion. I have no problem supporting this at this moment. I would also support the motion being tabled and seeing if there's any appetite for council to cut any other parts. But if the will of council is to just send administration to find the 300 and we reconvene and then look at what they bring forward and then we present our ideas, I'm fine with that too. So I'll support this, but I also look forward to further questions to administration based on the budget that we have in front of us, and maybe give additional directions for cuts within it. So that's where I stand. So at the moment, I'll support this. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, this just makes it whole. To me, this just makes what we did on January 15th whole again. It still leaves us with the question of, are we happy with the budget that we were presented? So to still, after we do this, to go back and look for other things that we might not be comfortable or want to support more, we can still do that. This just makes us whole with the 15th in our decision-making process. It maintains the integrity of that decision-making process in my mind.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I just have a procedural question, I guess, and it's in line with what your comments were earlier. My assumption is this is going to come back, if this passes, this will come back to council by a recommendation of administration, and then ultimately council makes the final decision on whether those recommendations are accepted or if council wants to go about it in a different way. Is that correct?
Administration.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Osachek and to all the council, that is what we would bring back.
Councillor.
If I could follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, yes, sorry.
Oh, thank you. That being the case, I will support the proposed motion. I appreciate Councillor Taylor bringing this forward to bring us back to the direction that was previously passed by council. This puts us back to where we were, and as Councillor Taylor put it, makes us whole again. So I appreciate that and the opportunity to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, anything further? Seeing none, I'll call to question to direct administration to find any shortfall in the operation budget to the amount of $300,000. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried 6-1. Council, CEO Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for allowing me some discretion. I did not feel it was appropriate to speak earlier to the motion as administration. Certainly, it will be my intent to work with Mr. Osmond and staff to bring options forward So to a certain amount of what I've heard from council, it'll be obviously administration's preferred options. But we'll identify in my mind 2 or 3 options, bringing this forward for council consideration to get back to the to move the 300,000 out of that. If I could, the back end of my question, however, speaks to some comments from council in that there may still be some items here today that are in question. And I would ask if council would consider, so that we're not further delayed another 2 weeks. So if council wishes, if there's some items that you would like to speak to and bring to our attention, that way we have a bit of an idea and some direction of council on this. Ultimately, I do agree, administratively, we'll bring the cost savings back to council for your final review and consideration. But if you could kind of, so to speak, point us in the direction, we'll just make sure we're covering the same territory that council's anticipating. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hanlon. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Davy Campbell, I have emailed you a couple of potential motions, just if it makes your life easier. I would like to seek some direction here, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that council amend the proposed 2022 operational budget to include funding for the Hinton Historical Society at $85,000. There will be a subsequent motion if this is successful. So if you give me some leeway to speak to the main motion and a potential future motion. So speaking to the motion on the floor, I just in collaboration with our folks from the Hinton Historical Society and members of the public, it's very clear that this continues to be an important civic agency that the town of Hinton funds. I think everybody certainly agreed that getting other partners online with the Hinton Historical Society is important, but that's not going to be a quick process. And actually, based on some information I received recently, I'm very confident that that board has worked hard to try and move that forward. There's just some other wheels that need to get in motion before we can sort of carry on down that road. So taking all that into consideration, I'm happy to re-examine my own position on this, and that's why I'd like to see this funded at its original request. To that end, if it's successful, I intend on asking that the funding come from the contracted services portion of the operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. I'll just give Ms. Davy Campbell a moment to put that up on the screen. And Councillor Magoon, is that okay?
For the council amendment proposed to include funding for the Hinton. Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I realize that, hearing from the public and hearing from certain members of the public, yes, this is obviously an important service to our community. I agree. However, I just can't support the amount. I would be amenable to the 45,000 that was the last time and consider putting the 10,000, but there was a motion made a number of years ago that Councillor Stashik brought up that was at $55,000. I really feel that I think we could advocate for the group with our partners at the county as a council to work with them to try and, look at their policy about funding not-for-profits that are not in their area. And I think that we could do some work in that area to support that. But I'm just not in favor of this. And my other concern is with this motion, granted, he did say, or Councillor Magoon said where it would come from, but we don't have that motion. So if we do pass this motion, don't pass the next motion, then where is this money going to come from? And we've already, tasked our administration with a $300,000 decrease in our operational funds. So I just can't support this motion at this time at this amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Taylor.
I like Councillor Magoon's thinking when he thinks that there's too much in contracting services. So that part of his thinking I like. As far as going to $85,000, I agree with Councillor Haas. I don't mind putting back, say, $10,000 or $15,000 because I wasn't in support of taking the final 10 off, but to go much beyond, say, $55,000 to $60,000, because we had that if we had that passed motion, I wouldn't support that.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Magoon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and one of the, if council will remember, I would like to think I was a very adamant voice against in favor of the original $45,000 request. Again, without getting into the details that I'm not tremendously happy about, I think there's some ownership on the town side of things that has changed my view of the timeline necessary for getting other partners like the county on board. I think that, again, I feel that the museum has answered a number of my questions on why this hasn't moved forward as fast as it should. And just in short, I don't believe that the difference in funding them at $45,000 to $85,000 lands squarely at their feet, given the talks and the back and forth that I've had between then and now, which is why I'm going to support $85,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Risk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at this right now, it makes me think back to our discussion last year when the museum came to us and requested bridge funding of $10,000. And I can remember, I believe it was Councillor Ostashik who said, if this goes through, he would like that $10,000 deducted from any appropriation monies or monies given to the museum in 2022. So if we approve this, and then we add that 10,000 bridge funding, that's $95,000 that the museum has been given. I know they need more than that 45, they truly do, and I want to see them succeed, but I cannot go with 85. I cannot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor Ostashik?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So just to clarify, since I was named in Councillor Rice's comments, I hadn't indicated that I wanted the bridge funding deducted from this year's appropriation amount, simply that it was to be considered during deliberations. So all I wanted was that the $10,000 in bridge funding be part of the consideration in determining a number for the 2022 appropriation. And if I could speak to the motion directly, I won't be supporting $85,000. I could be possibly swayed to consider forgiving the $10,000 bridge funding and putting the amount back to the 55,000 that was indicated by previous direction, but I will not support $85,000. The ask from the Hinton Historical Society is by far larger than any other civic agency that works with the town of Hinton, barring a couple of them who manage assets and facilities directly for the town of Hinton. I still firmly believe that there's other organizations that need to step up to the plate, that corporate donations need to be sought, that individual donations need to be sought, and other ways to make the museum viable need to be sought without placing the responsibility for its success or failure solely at the foot of the town of Hinton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. Council, you have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? I'll call to question Councillor Magoon, CO Hanlon.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. If I could, I'd like to clarify, or if it's acceptable, ask a question on the motion, and perhaps if I could, to all the council. When we take a look at attachment 1, the draft operating business case tracking, and I'm just looking for certainty for anybody who may be following home or taking a look at our agenda package, is on that operating business case deliberations tracking, we see the civic agencies on the bottom of page 1. And this is possibly and probably a question for Mr. Osmond. When we see for the Hinton Historical Society under 2022, 2 references, one for $30,000 and one for a reduction of $10,000. So administratively to the proposed motion, I'm wondering if we can confirm what's currently in the budget, Mr. Osmond, and how much additional funding council is considering with this motion. Just for clarity.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mr. Osmond?
Thank you very much. So at the time of the budget deliberations, there was in 2022 $55,000 included in the base budget. And there was an additional request for $30,000, bringing the total request for 2022 to $85,000. During the course of the deliberations, it was determined by council that the additional $30,000 would not be granted, and that in fact, subsequent consensus was reached to reduce the base budget amount from 55 to 45. So currently, in the budget draft, the total amount to the Hinton Historical Society is $45,000, and a proposal to increase to 85 would be a $40,000 increase.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Hanlon.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor,
One further, I'll get used to it. My apologies to Councillor Osmond. I did not turn my mic. I'm sorry, sir. I'll make sure I get that in future.
Thank you for that. Council, anything further before I call this a question? Seeing none. I'll move, call to question, move that council amend the proposed 2022 operational budget to include funding for the Hinton Historical Society at $85,000. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated 5-2. Councillor Taylor.
Can I make another motion?
Absolutely.
Your Honor. Hey, I'd like to move that council amend the proposed 2022 operating budget to include funding for the Historical Society to $55,000, and that the funding come from reducing the donation to the Pine Valley Lodge. And we've kind of already talked about one side of the equation, and I know that when we gave that donation to the Pine Valley Lodge, why we're calling it a donation to the Pine Valley Lodge when it comes from taxpayers, I don't really know. But when we gave that money to the Pine Valley Lodge, we did say, a number of us said that this is very, very generous for the taxpayers, not only to have to pay for the Pine Valley Lodge through their evergreen allotment, but they have to pay through their evergreen allotment capital surcharge, and that there are other towns that have been made similar requests of this and haven't, put the taxpayers to a further strain by providing money. So here we can kind of solve both problems at once. We can give the Historical Society a little bit of money, and we can make the Pine Valley Lodge donation, in my way of thinking, more reasonable. That's my thinking on this.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I give Ms. Davy Campbell a moment to bring that up on the screen. $10,000.
10,000. And may I? This leaves the, and I totally agree with Councillor McGowan's thinking on, like I say, contracted services for later discussion.
Councillor Taylor, are you okay with that wording?
The council direct administration to increase the funding of storage and reduce the donation. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor McGowan.
Yeah,
Councillor Haas.
unfortunately, I can't support the motion. I think for two considerations. The first is that, again, we were invited as a council to speak with the Historical Society last week. In speaking to them, they made it very clear why financially the 10 grand really, it's not going to make them viable. There are simply things operationally they cannot do with only $10,000. Secondly, as much as I'd like to give them $10,000 anyway, because council didn't support the previous motion, I can't support taking it from the Pine Valley expansion. In this case, respectfully, I disagree. We have citizens of our community who are working really hard to essentially, in the words of Mr. Bancroft, fill an empty box. And that's the job. This is not a regular project, and I don't think we can treat it the same. This is a project that is going to have a long-term impact on the quality of life for seniors living in Hinton. And it's not as simple as putting up 4 walls and saying, well, it's done. It's a matter of how are we going to take pride in a facility that seniors are going to live in for decades to come. And so, citizens in our community have taken a lot of time and effort to make sure that we're all working as hard as we can to fundraise. And in this instance, I think we can do both. And we can do it by looking at contracted services as we've indicated. So unfortunately, in this instance, I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Haas.
Yeah, I move to split this, please.
We have a direction to split the motion. And it would be splitting, I would assume, and reduce the donation to Pine Valley Lodge by 10,000, correct, Councillor Haas?
That's correct. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And so again, we will deal with the top motion first, and then after a decision is made on that, we will go to the second motion. So council, we will be dealing with that council with direct administration to increase the funding to the Hinton Historical Society to $55,000. That's the motion that's on the floor. Any debates or questions? Councilor LaBerge?
And I've been thinking long and hard about this, and I guess it was the meeting last Wednesday that really did, I guess, tip it a little bit for me, but there needs to be some balance in place as well, and I think this 55,000 is a bit short of where we need to have our partners be successful. I think it needs to be a little bit more than that. We met Margaret here tonight, is a full-time employee. We'll want to have her be back here last year or next year. So I think we're just a little bit short on the 55,000.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. I have myself, I won't be supporting this, and I think Councillor LaBerge said it. It's about working with our partner and finding that amount. They asked for 85,000, providing 45 would have been only giving them 53% of their budget. So if they're a partner, we have to find a comparable amount that works with the budget that they think they need for 2022. And this would be in the range of about just over 60% of their budget. And I think it's a little bit too far. So ultimately, it will come down to a number. I prefer a number closer to 65,000, 70,000 for 2022. I will also, I spoke to the importance of having somebody on the board as a councillor, and then we reassess for 2023. So I will not be supporting 55,000. I have Councillor Magoon, Taylor, and then Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to amend the motion to reflect $70,000. I can speak to that while it's being amended. Yeah, I certainly hear the concerns of my fellow councillors. I understand that, a number of council, they don't want to seek the full funding at 85,000. They want to be, fiscally responsible. But by the same token, I think we're also struggling to find that sweet spot of where can we provide funding, ensure that the Historical Society can do their business, but not be irresponsible. I'm hearing 70,000 might be the right area, so I'd like to put that forward.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. So council, we are simply debating the amendment. If it is passed, the original motion will be changed to 70,000 instead of 55. If it is defeated, it will be back to 55 as normal. Council, I have Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Haas.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask you guys what you thought the number was. I mean, maybe 55 is too low, so I'm good with that.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Haas?
I was the same to Councillor LaBerge where he was going with the number, but I can support 70,000. I think with some work tonight and administration's work as well, I think that we can get to where we can manage this 70,000, give them not as much as they like, but get them a good start, hopefully, and hopefully we can come up with some other options in the next year or two. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Risk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quickly, I want to say, and I want to thank Councillor Magoon for making that amendment to 70,000. I think that's a very appropriate number. Quickly, I want to say again, while you were all on that tour of the museum, I took the opportunity to sit with Mrs. Resick. And I'll tell you, that is history right there. What I learned from that woman That's what this museum is all about. So I'm very grateful for that 70,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Council? So the motion on the floor is simply the amendment to change to 70,000. Any further debate? I'll call, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, minor little point. You know, we're increasing money for something here, so it's incumbent on all of us now to find the spot to decrease the amount of money. We can't just, you know, we got a 3% tax increase in that. We can't just do this and not find the money if you're gonna vote down the Pine Valley Lodge thing. Somebody has to find the, whatever that is, 25,000.
$25,000.
So you know.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, anything further? A call to question to amend the change to $70,000. Council, all those in favor? That's passed. The now amended motion is on the floor, which is council direct administration to increase the funding to the Hinton Historical Society to 70,000. Any further debate? I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed. Thank you, council. That brings us to the second part of the split motion. The Councillor Stashik.
No, that's okay for the main queue, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Council, we have a direction on the floor that, I'll just give Ms. Baby Campbell one moment. Now I'll go to Councillor Taylor, since this changes the original intent of the motion, that there was a 10,000. Did you still want the motion to stand to direct administration to find the difference, which would now be Pine Valley Lodge would have to be reduced by $25,000?
Yes.
Okay, so council, there's the second part of the motion is it implies and confirmed to Councillor Taylor that Pine Valley Lodge would be dropped to from 50,000 to 25,000. Councillor Stashik.
No, again, my apologies. That's okay. I was looking at the wrong direction.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council? Any further debate? I'll be speaking against this. I think there's still a lot of work to do in the budget, and I look forward to finding other areas and other directions. But to chop the Pine Valley Lodge by half, to me, it's still important. And my main argument is we're fortunate enough to have a great capital agreement with our partners and the counties, especially the MD of Greenview and Yellowhead County pay for close to 85%, 90% of all the funding. I know Hinton taxpayers contribute about $500,000 a year, but we just built a $32 million building, and the old Pine Valley was 23 years old. To me, this is a small price to pay to really get the furnishing at the level it should be in Pine Valley. So I'll be speaking against this. Council? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, all I can add is that this is a community project. This should be a community project, and you judge the community success of the project by the community support for that, not by, you know, trying to get the taxpayers to add this additional money under the guise of a donation when they've already paid so much. I keep hearing from a lot of taxpayers that say, when's that capital surcharge on the Evergreen going to come off? They notice that, and a lot of the taxpayers, it affects them, and it hurts them, especially the low-income ones. So those are the people that I'm trying to look after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council? Any further debate? Seeing none, I'll call to question to reduce the donation to Pine Valley Lodge by $25,000. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated 5-2. Councillor Magoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to take the foundation of Councillor Taylor's last motion but change the, where the money would be coming from to contracted services. Sorry, so I suppose it's not donation. Reduce the contracted services line by $25,000 is the short and sweet way of putting it. And I've really spoken to this before, so I'll just let it stand.
Reduce the contracted services
Line by $25,000.
Council, we have a motion on the floor, and my apologies to Councillor Stashik. I know he had, was supposed to be in the queue, but I'll go back to him if you'd like to speak to this motion, Councillor Stashik.
I wanted to be in the main queue once these motions were done. It's completely unrelated, but I would like to speak to this one if I may. To administration, I realize that $25,000 out of a line item that's $4.25 million sounds insignificant, but I'm just wondering what the impact would be on the town by reducing that line item by $25,000.
Administration?
Mayor, through you to Councillor Ostacek, excuse me. I'm going to actually ask Mr. Osmond to speak to this, and possibly, Rob, if you could just confirm the amount, because I believe we're discussing the contracted and general services line, which has a 2022 budget amount of $7,491,276. If I could just maybe perhaps confirm that with Councillor Ostacek.
Well, sorry, actually, then I would like to confirm with Councillor Taylor or Councillor Magoon, since it was their option with, or their Councillor Taylor's motion originally, and now Councillor Magoon's motion, which line item they're referring to.
Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, just to add some clarification, yes, it is the contracted and general services line. And it, you know, in understanding Councillor Ostashek's concern, my motion should probably reflect that. So.
Thank you for that, Councillor Magoon, and we'll ask Ms. Jen Davy Campbell to change the motion to specify contracted and general services.
Can they follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
So if I could just ask either Councillor Taylor or Councillor Magoon where exactly that line item is in our package.
So it's, if I may, page 38 of 54. It's just below salary, wages, and benefits. It's budgeted at $7.491 million in 2022. Councillor Magoon, that is correct?
100%.
Councillor Stashik, perfect, okay. I have Councillor LaBerge.
I will be speaking against this only because we've gone back to administration, told them to have a look at the budget, to find the money that's missing. This is part of what's going to have to be done, and I would just soon leave that with administration, have them do their work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. For myself, I like where Councillor LaBerge is going, but the only issue is the previous motion is only for $300,000. So for me, I want to task administration with more. But the reason I won't support this, or I prefer this to be tabled, I'd like to have a preliminary conversation about contracted and general services, and perhaps task administration to come back with a lower amount in general. So let's say it's 200,000, 250,000, whatever the number is, as council as a whole, then have that conversation and then do the math at the end, instead of taking each item and specifically taking it out from there. That's my preference. Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, if I may speak to that, Mr. Mayor, you know what, I can't fault the logic in your thinking there. If council would rather, if they'd be more amenable, because it's more end goal oriented, I'd be happy to withdraw that with the understanding that council is going to look at the contracted and general services line with input from administration. That, totally comfortable with that.
So Councillor Magoon, requesting to withdraw the motion?
Yeah, if we could give the rest of council maybe a chance to speak on that, and I'm happy to if that's their desire.
Perfect. Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. In fact, you know, not knowing a lot about contracted services, but I'd like to also have that larger conversation, but I'd like to see, you know, if possible tonight, the council direct administration to reduce it by a larger number, to see what options come back to council specifically, instead of doing these one-offs on it. It is a large piece of our budget, but yeah, if we were to say, hypothetically say, reduce it by $100,000, and then what can they bring back to us, would be more my preference at this point. But I think at the same time, I think there's some line items that I personally want to ask about that are increased that might potentially also add up possibly to it as well. So I guess that's where I'd like to go personally with this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Magoon?
Yeah, permission to withdraw that motion.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Councillor Magoon. Council, we have a request to withdraw the motion. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion withdrawn. And I have Councillor Stashik at the top of the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I have a question. In light of a motion that passed a couple rounds ago, it's in the civic agencies. When I was trying to calculate the impact of the change to the Hinton Historical Society funding, I guess it's a technical question. I apologize that I didn't catch it earlier. The numbers don't seem to add up. And then the other part of that too is that the numbers that are listed under civic agencies, it doesn't reflect the motion that was made a couple meetings ago to fund the Chamber of Commerce's additional ask of $30,000 from the COVID relief funds that were available. It's still listed as a line item in the civic agencies. If administration could speak to that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. CEO Hanlon.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Stashik. If we take a look at the corporate business cases deliberations tracking, which is where the councillors identified civic agencies, in the initial column, we see Chamber of Commerce, and we note the $23,000 in the base amount. So there is $23,000 in the budget, and at the direction of council from January 14th, 15th, you do see in the 2022 column, the additional 30,000. So it does get a little, so in the proposed budget, if you add those two, the Chamber of Commerce actually sees a 2022 amount of $53,000. And I'll just confirm that with Mr. Osmond, but it's a little,
Mr.
sorry.
Hanlon, if I may, just, I think I understand Councillor Stashik's point. Last week at our meeting, we chose to use $30,000 to the DMO and $30,000 additional dollars to offset the budget. And so the 53,000, I think we're all on the same page for that, but there's an additional 30,000 from our meeting on January 25th that may or may not be reflected here. Is that sort of your train of thought, Councillor Stashik?
Yes, it is, Mayor Michaels. That's exactly what I was getting at. My understanding is that $30,000 extra that's listed there is the $30,000 that was referred to that we were going to fund with the COVID relief money rather than through taxation. But bigger picture question though, even disregarding that, I can't get the numbers to add up to 294,100 no matter how I shake it. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'll do is I'll go to Mr. Osmond if he has any input or insight on that.
So certainly I was not aware of the motion that was made last week to fund that $30,000 from reserve. So it can certainly be addressed and reflected appropriately in the final documentation. And that does create a 30% or $30,000 improvement in the budget situation. Now, when I go through the civic agencies, the number that I am looking at here, if you could just help me understand where the two numbers that aren't adding up, are they the tracking sheet and then the consolidated operating budget? Is that the two places?
Councillor Stashik?
So I believe it's the tracking sheet. It's page 39 of 54.
Okay.
So civic agencies, there's a column under the 2022 proposal. And if I add all those numbers up, I don't, sorry, I apologize. I might be missing something. I don't get 294,100.
So there is one negative number in that column. But when I add up those numbers, I see 13 numbers totaling 294,100.
So, Mr. Osmond, I think you're indicating that the Hinton historical is a negative 10,000 instead of a positive 10,000. So there should be a difference in Councillor Stashik's math of $20,000.
I'm thinking that could be the issue.
Okay. Councillor Stashik?
You just give me 1 second. If I may, I just ran the numbers again on my calculator. And if you add up that whole column, you do get 294,100. But there's 2 line items that are marked out that to me, they shouldn't be in that 294,100 total. So there's $30,000 for the Hinton Historical Society. That shouldn't be part of that total. And 8,200 for the Foon Festival. That shouldn't be part of that total.
I better understand the question now. So that column in the spreadsheet, it's column C. At the top, it's identified as the proposal 2022. If you move a series of columns over, the first orange column is the 2022 approved. So those ins and outs as council decide reflect in that second total for 2022. That first column is all the original proposals, whether they were approved eventually or not.
Yeah, got it. I see that now. Thank you very much. So the only change in there then would be the $30,000 that would be reflective of the motion that council made last week. Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thank you for that, administration and Councillor Stashik. I think we all better understand that now. In the queue, I have Councillor Haas, Taylor, then Race.
So if I could speak to the 30,000 first to clarify that for me, and then if I could go back. So my understanding though is that $30,000, we did that in committee of a whole. It was a direction. There's still not a motion of council, which was my concern before, that it wasn't coming back February 1st. It's not coming back to us until February 15th, if I recall the direction, because we wanted more time for the community to chew on that 30,000. So currently right now, as it stands, that $30,000 has to come from taxation until that decision of council is made, if made, on February 15th. So I'm looking for a point of clarification that we have to keep that 30,000 as is at this point.
Administration?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Haas. We're just trying to pull up that motion. I will say off the top of my head that I agree with the councillor. We'd wanted a bit of opportunity for the community to consider this possibility out of the COVID fund. And we're just, I'd sing, I'd dance. Probably neither one would be appropriate. So we're just waiting for the tech to let us in.
And that's fine. I can just make the comment, and then that's my understanding of it. So I mean, currently we're having this conversation to include the 30,000 until that decision, but if it changes. So I have another, if I may.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'd like to go into and talk a little bit about the, I'm sorry, I'm just going to title the town of Hinton, the budget detail list. And I guess this is where my understanding is, if council's going to ask some questions about the budget and look at places to save some money. And so I have some questions on some line items for the reason that they're at the amount they're at, to start looking at some savings. So I'm gonna bring your attention to page 34 or 54 to start things off. And I'd like to look at the allowances meeting fees for council. In 2021, it was 72,000. 2022, we've jumped $49,000 for meeting fees. And it's a 68% increase, and it's adjusted to pre-COVID actuals. And my question is, and from my recollection, we've missed no meetings through COVID. They were all delivered virtually, so I'm a little confused as to such a 68% increase in meeting allowances when in 2021 we had as many meetings as we're going to have in 2022, and why the $50,000? And if I could premise this is why is if we can save some money on meeting fees and help administration out on that 300,000, that's my intent here. And it's just one of the lines that I want to ask about. So, Mr. Osmond, if maybe you could speak to that and help me understand why such a big increase.
Administration?
Absolutely. I'm happy to provide the clarification. So in addition to the meeting fees for council to attend council meetings, which I agree that number is likely not changed, it also includes fees associated with travel to conferences, other outside meetings. And we noticed over the first 2 years of COVID that there were significant impacts to some of these additional pieces. And so my understanding is that in 2021, the budget was lowered to accommodate what council understood to be a likely year of lower obligations, less travel, less fees. The base amount that remained there reflected your standard meetings of council that continued. But as we come out of the COVID pandemic, we expect that those commitments to other conferences, events, workshops, and other meetings will resume.
So if I may follow up, so we also have the professional development fund, which I believe is $3,000 for those additional things. And my understanding is that travel, any additional costs would come from that professional development fund. So I guess that's where I'm wondering as to, because we have that fund, increasing it to that amount. Because I agree, yes, we will be doing more. I agree, but shouldn't that be coming out of our professional development funding? And if we've exceeded our professional development, then we shouldn't be going anywhere as a councillor, unless there's a decision of council in a special. So I guess that's where I'm why such a large number is where I'm getting at.
Yeah. So the number is returning to the pre-COVID amount there. You can tell in the budgeting that number was reduced, and it's being brought back to the number that it was, I believe, in 2019. It is important, I think, to remember that the numbers we see in this sheet are not inclusive of all the accounts, and so I'm not sure where that professional development would show up, although I suspect some of it is likely in payment of courses, but that the payment in honorarium or per diem rates to councillors would be in the allowance for meeting fees as opposed to in expense accounts for registration, tuition, travel.
Councillor Haas?
Okay, I'll sit on that short. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I actually took the meeting fee and the honorarium amounts and I compared it to the consolidated financial statements for 3 to 4 years. And I found that these amounts weren't out of line with the consolidated financial statements outside of pandemic years. They were consistent, plus or minus $10,000. So I didn't find any opportunity for saving. The other thing I wanted to make a comment on is this $30,000 that's found in this document here, in the comment that it hasn't been made through an official motion of council. None of this has been made through an official motion of council. My understanding is we've just made these sort of tentative decisions, and they're all coming back. So my preference is that this accurately reflect the tentative decision with the $30,000 right now, and then we will be making the final decision later on, and that'll be consistent with the decision-making process that we're doing. We haven't made any final decisions regarding the budget.
Thank you for that,
But I
Councillor
would
Taylor.
like this fixed so we can see accurately what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Taylor. With that, can I go to CO Hanlon to speak to that? Is that a fair approach in order to tentatively amend the document with the motion from last week in order to just proceed with what generally seems to have the support of council? Or is it preferred to just leave it out and then deal with the aftermath and the actual math, in the coming weeks?
Mr. Mayor, through you to all of council, I think it's fair for us, much like we've heard on the balance of the proposed budget, that this generally reflects the will of council. And so that $30,000, though, if you will, out of the committee of the whole meeting, had a little more direction on it, I think we can still move forward anticipating the inclusion of that, or the utilization, excuse me, of that $30,000 to offset the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you for that. Councillor Taylor?
That's good on that topic. I can go back in the queue.
Perfect. Councillor Risk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just while we're on this action item, I do have a motion that I would like to make before we leave the action item. Don't need to make it now, but.
Yeah, we have no motion on the floor, to my knowledge.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir. So I would like to direct administration to bring back a RFD to appoint a counselor to the Hinton Historical Society. Prior to the end of the first quarter. I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would we be
Councillor Risk.
appointing to the Hinton Historical Society or to the Northern Rockies Museum of Culture and Heritage?
Yeah, I guess I'll leave that to administration for the wording. I think the intent is understood that it's the museum.
Okay. And if I could quickly speak to that?
Yeah.
I seem to have a problem quickly speaking to anything, but I think, when we're funding to the amount of money that we are funding to, I think it's important and necessary to have a counselor present to represent the town. We would be there for the museum successes, for any issues that they're having. So I think it's a plus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Council, we have a direction on the floor. I have Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Magoo.
Can I ask a question, Councillor Race, please? Is that for us to actually vote on it right now, whether we do this, or is it, what's RFD mean, bring back a report?
So if I may, that's a request for decision. So there'd be no official decision today. A request for decision, essentially a form of a report that will ask council to vote on at
Okay.
at a future meeting.
That's fine, thanks.
Councillor Magoo.
Actually, you know what? I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll be speaking in favor of this. To me, it's if we just increased the funding. This is not an official decision today, but I think it's something I definitely want to entertain in the next few months to add a counselor on the board, and this gets the ball rolling, and it'll come before us in the next 8 weeks. So I look forward to this, and thank Councillor Race for putting this forward. Council? Seeing no one else, I'll call the question to direct administration to bring back a request for decision to appoint a counselor to the Hinton Historical Society prior to the end of the first quarter. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. I have Councillor Taylor, or Councillor LeBaire and Councillor Taylor.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused because much like Much like Councillor Haas, I have a whole bunch of questions as it relates to these line items. Does it make sense to sit here and go through these tonight? This is gonna come back to us. Should we put these together to be delivered between meetings? Or we could spend all night going through these, so.
Interim CAO?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And sorry to jump in there, but I do believe that administration would appreciate, if I could, the identification of these lines and not get into discussions, because in fairness, we're not sure entirely what the implications may be to decrease, to increase. Can we, can't we, how much can we? But if we could distill council's questions down and identify those line items here, I will assure council that when we bring this matter back, we will have at least a very brief discussion about each of those as to why the increase and how that plays into the option or options we bring forward to reduce this now by 325,000.
Councilor Berge?
All right, well, for example, so we have a line item in here for, what is it? Fines for 310,000. My understanding is that that's gonna be principally ATE money. I've been told that not to expect anywhere near 310,000, leave alone for, where are we to now? I guess I should put my glasses on. But $300,000 as a line item. So fines, yeah, $310,000. And my understanding is that the town collects roughly 20% of ATE revenue. So if I do 20% on 300,000, that's a $1.5 million in collection. I'm not sure how we get to those revenue numbers.
Administration?
Now, if you just want the comments, those are the kind of questions I have.
Administration?
Sir, through you to Councilor Labarge, I think we could take those and come back with some answers. I can share in my time here, I had a discussion with Mac on this item as to more so the reduction over the last couple of years. So I know there has been some consideration and some thought as to this amount proposed in the 2022 budget, but I think if it be the will of council, I would suggest we identify these lines, perhaps have a very brief discussion about them, and we'll come back and speak to it in the final, in the next council meetings report.
Thank you for that, Councilor Berge.
Sure, so do we just go through line by line then? Is that
Interim CAO, any comment on that, or do we want to do a lot of these things via email and prepare for the next meeting, or how would you prefer this delivery?
I guess if I could, sir, and this is a broader question through you to all of council, is if council's wish was to bring this back, say, to a special council meeting in a week's time, which there was some discussion of the possibility of that, we probably wouldn't have enough time for emails and follow-up and investigation. If this can come back in 2 weeks' time to the next regularly scheduled council meeting, I think then if we could ask council to get those items to us within the next 3 days, that would allow us to do some investigation, discuss with our team what the implications are, if the number seems too high or too low, what's the difference versus last year, and we can put that into the RFD for council's review.
For that, Councilor Berge?
sure?
Councilor Taylor?
I'll hold off for now, thank you.
Thank you. I have myself, high-level question. What we've mentioned contracted and general services this evening. If we were to reduce the budgeted amount by 2 or 3%, does administration have any preliminary comments on what kind of impact that would have? What effects would that have? In order to prepare ourselves, again, this might be a broader conversation in 2 weeks at a time, but for today's purpose, what does a reduction in the 7.49 million do potentially?
Thank you, sir. Through you to all of council. It's a very good question, and perhaps to help answer that, I would ask council to once again take a look at the consolidated operating budget. This is on page 38 of your agenda package, and I'm on page two of that. And essentially, you see in the top half of the page a limited amount of opportunities to reduce expenditures. You see, I mean, these are consolidated. They include a great number of subcategories, but in essence, you've got some in here, which I do know from experience we can't reduce, we can't touch. They're pretty much flow throughs, so we have very little capacity. Really, in my mind, the necessary reduction in expenditures that we would want to see is likely to come out of contracted and general services, and possibly out of salaries, wages, and benefits. And it would require investigation and discussion with my team after tonight to confirm exactly what that could be. The other lines really don't provide much opportunity for us, in my mind, to get the sort of numbers we're looking at to balance the budget to council's direction. And so in terms, and if I don't wish to presume the mayor's question, but if the question is, if we just, for instance, reduced the second item, contracted and general services, by 325,000, would that see a corresponding necessary reduction in levels of service? In my mind, when we come back to council, we have to express that to you if that's the case. And if so, that I believe becomes a different question for council. As I said earlier, my commitment is to work with my staff team to find the necessary reductions without affecting service levels as expected and anticipated by council. However, I really don't know enough at this time to answer that question here tonight.
Thank you for that. Before I go to Councillor Magoon, then LaBerge and Taylor, I'm comfortable not dissecting that tonight, and the previous direction of the 300,000 may come out of that. My question to council now is 325,000 enough? Because we did 25,000 on the previous motion, 300,000 with Councillor Taylor's motion. Is that enough? And that to me is the question. And if it's a higher amount, then we task administration to find more than 325 is kind of my thoughts, and then reassess in 2 weeks. Councillor Magoon and then LaBerge.
Yeah, just quickly then, Mr. Mayor, I think that's exactly it. I don't think there's really much more down the rabbit hole we can or should go tonight, but I do agree with you that if it's the will of council to set those parameters for what we want administration to go after in those line items within the consolidated operating, I think that's bang on. And then at least administration knows that when they do come back to us with some potential solutions, that generally, that's the direction council wants to go. And then they don't come back to us, and then we say, oh, now go find another $25,000 or $50,000 on top of it. I don't want to get into that sort of back and forth.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. I have Councillor LaBerge, Taylor, then Astashin.
So I'm going to address my comments on page 37 and 38 as well, which is consolidated budget summary. And my rationale for saying, yes, I think we should be looking for a little bit more knowing. So when I take a look at, and we're talking budget to budget. So if I take a look at the municipal taxation going from 18.1 million to 18.8 million, we've increased, that tax line has gone up by $737,000. Now, if we go to the second page of that, we're saying we need another 380, essentially $390,000 of additional taxation to balance this budget. That's $1.127 million. Then when I go to the second page of that, and I take a look at the drop in one-time undertakings is 593,000, and the drop in debentures and interest payments another $438,000. That's $1.031 thousand. That's $1,031,000. So somehow from the last budget last year, there's $1 million worth of additional revenue as projected here. And there's a cut in spending year over year of another $1 million. There's got to be some room in here where we can find some savings, it would seem to me.
Thank you, Councillor LeBerge. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion up, please. I'd like to direct administration to develop 2 options to reduce the operating budget by 2% and 4% and inform us of any service level reductions. And to speak to that, we can go item by item and keep this up for weeks. And again, we're not the best people to do that. The best people to do that are the people, the professionals that we hire to do this. And I feel that there are savings here. We're looking at salaries and wages up 5.4%, net municipal taxes up by quite large amounts. I don't think we've scoped out the savings. The way to find the savings is to ask the professionals to go back with a couple of options with reasonable percentage reductions, and to ask them what's happening to the service levels with those reductions. And we might not like what they've reduced, and then we say no. But for us to do it, we're not, like Brian says, 1 day a week. We're not the professionals.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. If I can just get the motion up on the floor first before I go to comments. And if you can help Ms. Sadie Campbell with that motion, Councillor Taylor.
Direct administration to reduce, direct administration to develop 2 options. To reduce the operating budget by 2% and 4%. And inform us of any service level impacts or reductions. This will place us very well in a week or 2 weeks to understand what we're talking about. I think it's just a slightly different way of doing what we were trying to do. Probably would be more effective. That's what I think.
Before I go to the queue, which I have Councillor Stashik and LeBerge, just for clarity, Councillor Taylor, we have outstanding motions prior that represent $325,000 to allocate back. Is that reflected in this direction that you see where I'm going with this?
No, I don't think so. To me, the last direction for $300,000 was just to make us whole, back to where we were when we were on January 15th. Now we've been made whole. This is to look for an additional 2 to 4% reductions.
So thank you for that clarity. It's the previous 325. The 2% would be on top of that, which would be an additional 270,000 ish, and the 4% would be an additional 540,000 option. Is that correct? Like just for the intent of the motion, that's your intent?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for that. With that, we have a motion on the floor, Councillor Stashik, then LeBerge.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I need some clarification on what Councillor Taylor means by 2% and 4%. Is he referring to a reduction in the municipal tax rate of 2% and 4%? Or is he looking for a total reduction in the operating budget of 2% and 4%?
Thank you for that, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Taylor, again, it's somewhat connected to my question. Your intent here is to speak to 2% of reduction on top of the 325 pertaining to municipal taxation. So administration would then go and find 270,000 above and beyond the 325. So that would be tied to municipal taxation. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
If I could follow up then, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
Just for further clarification, considering that this proposed operating budget that administration has brought to us represents roughly 3% municipal tax increase, Councillor Taylor is looking for 2 further options that represent a 1% municipal tax rate increase and a negative 1% municipal tax rate. Is that correct?
Councillor Taylor?
I don't understand that. Sorry.
Councillor Stashik?
Yeah, I don't understand it either. That's the problem. So the one that we were presented with today represents a 3% municipal tax rate increase. Councillor Taylor is asking for a reduction of 2% and 4%. So is that equivalent then to a 1% municipal tax rate increase and a negative 1%? Because we're already sitting at 3. So if you take 2 off of that, you're down to 1. If you take another 2 off of that, you're down to negative 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, essentially that's the base. I'm kind of looking at the plus 3% and just bringing it down a couple of stages to see what the impacts would be. And the reason for that's because some of these increases that I'm seeing here are so large.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Stashik, anything further on that one?
I'll wait to see what the rest of council has to say. I'm not sure about this one yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. I'm going to go to CEO Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. Through you to all of council. I'm wondering if Councillor Taylor, if you might consider perhaps, I hope it's not muddying the waters, but right now we've prepared a budget anticipating approximately a 3% mill rate increase. I think strategically it may be simpler, I'm sorry to use that term, but I'm just being honest, but it may be simpler for administration to come back and show council what 2% may look like, what 1% may look like, and what a 0% mill rate increase may look like, and as well share with council what the corresponding service level reductions would look like. I don't know if that would be, it just, the way it's worded, I find quite confusing, and I apologize for that. I'm simply trying to make sure that we task Robert with the clear direction necessary going forward.
Councillor Taylor, since that was somewhat directed to about your motion, any comments or?
That's in what the CAO said is in keeping with my intent, is to look for reasonable phased reductions to the 3% and just see what the impacts are going to be of those reductions. If you could help me improve the wording to that, develop I don't know, a 2, a 1, a 0% reduction to the total tax increase.
I guess, sir, through you to all of council, administration would possibly propose something along the line of direct administration to develop scenarios for a 0, let's do it this way, a 0, 1, and 2% mill rate increase. Identifying potential service level reductions associated with each. Not sure.
Yeah, I think that more complete, that says more, that articulates better what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor LaBerge, Magoon, and then Haas.
Well, my question was along the same sorts of lines as Councillor Stashik. And I guess my concern with this is you got to be careful where you draw the line. And so we've taken a bunch of things out of the purview of administration, some of the capital things we've agreed to, some of the councillor-led initiatives that went into the budget. What I would sooner see is to say to administration for them to go back and find those savings in what we're calling the base operational budget. I think those are the things that most fairly can be impacted by administration. And I think I'll wait to see what the rest of council has to say, but it sounds like this is an awful lot of work to sort of make our way around to those things that administration truly can impact.
Thank you, Councillor LeBerge. Councillor Magoon?
I'm going to withdraw, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I won't be speaking in favor of this, and I'm gonna be blunt. It's past councils that made a 0% that got us where we're at now with the percentage that we're looking at. And I would never be in support of a 0% increase at any point, and I would be amiss to even send administration back to work on that. And the 1% and 2%. We tasked administration with a 3%. We now tasked them to get it back to that 3% with the reserve levels at it, what originally we motioned. I'm in favor of that. I'm not in favor of this at all. This is not setting our community up for success. And we've seen this in the past, and 0%, 1%, even 2% at this point is not best for this community. I realize it tasks our members, but we also have to realize that it costs money to run a town, and it increases as we go. And I think a reasonable amount is 3%, and past council set that, and I think that's where we need to strive for. So I won't be in favor of this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Risk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not gonna ask admin to go do a whole bunch of work and then at the end of the day, I'm not gonna support it. I'm not gonna. Remember back in 2012, 2013, we had over $12 million in our reserves. And then we went, I don't know how many years with a very small increase in taxes, and now we're where we are. Tax money is necessary to keep our town going. People are not unhappy with 3. I've even had people say to me, they'd pay 5% tax increase. Don't touch my services. So 3 is good. So I will not support this.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor Stashik?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So my concern's been addressed by a couple of the councillors already. This seems like an awful lot of work for administration. We're basically asking them to go back and rebuild the budget from scratch, looking at a 0%, 1%, and a 2% mill rate increase when administration has already met the direction that was given by council to come back with a 3% mill rate increase. And I'll be frank, I don't think a 3% mill rate increase is even sustainable. With inflation numbers around 5% and even higher, with a 3% mill rate increase, we're missing the inflation target by 2%. So even that's not sustainable, and it's demonstrated in this budget. We're not putting as much money into reserves as we should be, even topping it back up by the 300,000 as was moved earlier in the meeting. It's still not up to the amount that it should be to be able to meet future required infrastructure expenditure. So I don't think I'll be supporting this. I appreciate the suggestion and understand a want to have a look at what those scenarios look like, but I just think it would be a lot of work, and it's just not productive work considering the direction that we're going to have to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor LeBerge?
Just a comment on both Councillors Haas and Ostashik is the problem with discussing mill rates is that it doesn't address spending. Because we can find all sorts of fancy ways to try and figure out how to make sure that the actual mill rate doesn't go up. But when I'm looking at page 38 of that, so we've had operating expenses by nature go from 29.5 million to 30.6 million. Now, that also ignores the fact that one-time projects have dropped by $600,000, meaning that $600,000 can just be built back into operating. So we're showing a 5.3% increase in spending and ignoring the 600,000. It's another 4% tax increase. So we're gonna build 7% of spending increase into this budget. Where I was going with Councillor Stewart's comment is maybe 3% on a tax rate is a bit stiff, but I've got to think that 3 to 5% is available on what we're calling the base operating budget.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Magoo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly sensitive to certain other councillors' concerns about sending administration back to do a lot of work on the budget. That being said, I as a councillor know my job is not to get into the weeds of specific line items in the budget, telling them, how much to spend on, HR resources specific to one department, or, to get into those fine details. From a principal perspective of what I know about my organization and how we approach budgeting and trying to look at a 32,000-foot level, we spend almost as an organization in contracted and general services of almost 20%. And for me, it feels like, and maybe I'm wrong, I fully admit that, that feels like a bit of a red flag for me where I'd like to know more. And so if through this process that Councillor Taylor is suggesting, administration comes back and says, look, we've heard, and I think they have, we've heard that you have some concerns around contracted and general services. That's an area we control. Salaries, wages, and benefits, that's another one that we control. We've heard that you want to know, what does it look like if we reduce the budget by X amount more? Is that going to impact service levels? And, this is how it's going to affect the public. If we can deliver that, I would like to know a little bit more about that. I appreciate the work that administration and our contractor would have to do to get us that information. But at least if they come back and say, hey, listen, guys and gals, if we reduce it to a 0% increase, this is what the service delivery impacts are going to be, and you're not going to like it, and you're going to have a hard time defending it in the community. Great, I can stand behind that, and then I've got an answer for it. By the same token, we have a new interim CAO. I think that there might be an opportunity there for him to work within the departments and say, hey, look, what can you do if we were to reduce this a little bit further? I don't see that as a useless task. I think that potentially that's beneficial. I hope administration doesn't see that as disrespectful. It's certainly not the spirit with which it's intended. I'm just trying to find the right amount of responsibility to the citizens in how much we're spending. So in this case, I'll support Councillor Taylor's motion. Unless I hear something from the CAO that says, you know what, this is a waste of our time. This is going to take up too much of admin's time or our consultants' time, at which point I'll certainly be happy to reassess. But I'm open-minded that way.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. For myself, I won't be supporting this, but I believe another step has to be taken, as Councillor LaBerge said, and perhaps it's putting more money into our reserves. I'm content keeping the mill rate at a 3% increase, but I believe we should be saving even more money than the 3.1 because of the contracted services is up 5.28%, salaries 5.43 as mentioned earlier. One-time projects are done. We need to cut our expenses and put more into reserves, or have the ultimate conversation of lowering the mill rate. But for me, I think a 3% mill rate is reasonable, but so I won't support this task in itself, but I look forward to the future conversation after this to direct administration to find more savings on the expenditures, just not through this process. Thank you. Councillor Risk.
Thank you, sir. Before we vote on this, I have a question for admin. We spent almost $12.4 million on 165 employees. And then we spend 7.4 million on contractors and general services. Can you break down contracted and general services? What is that? Is that hiring consultants, or what is that?
Thank you, Councillor Race. Through you, sir, to all of council. I'm looking to to Mr. Osmond, if he has a bit of a better idea, if he can explain what's captured, Rob, in consolidated operating budget for contracted and general services. My experience in other municipalities, it cuts a fairly wide breadth of services, including contracted services, backfilling vacancies, right through to possibly individuals that are contracted to do sewer or water line repairs and so forth. So if I could, Rob, can you expand on that a little more?
Yeah, so I think it's important to recognize that when we look at the consolidated operating budget, we are looking at one of the highest levels of summary that we provide of budget information. So that line in that document that refers to contracted and general services actually refers to a series of expenses that include, I believe it's approximately 25 categories, and within that, a couple of hundred individual accounts throughout the budget. So the category itself accomplishes everything or addresses everything from freight, postage, telephone services, advertising, promotion, website, memberships and registrations, insurance, audit and accounting services, legal fees, training, consulting services, other professional, then the categories of contracted services, which include things like the contracted RCMP contribution that the municipality pays, contracted maintenance, contracted equipment, contracted computers, and I believe it flows all the way to monitoring fees, licenses, permits, and yeah, I think that's kind of a summary of all the categories. And then each one of those categories then of course will have, for insurance, you would have an insurance line in every sub-department within your entire budget. So when we look at that larger number and say 7.5 million, there's a lot of the individual lines inside. So it encompasses a large section of things, and as CAO Hanlon had explained, some of those costs, there is some discretion to change the service level, and some of them there aren't. They're backed up by contract agreements and other commitments of the municipality.
Just quickly. So, it could be impactful, for us to say, let's just drag, $400,000 out of this area, that impacts 100 other things. So it's not quite that easy anymore. Okay, thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor Magoo?
Yeah, I guess that actually helps me with a simplification of my problem as a councillor. So I absolutely, Mr. Osmond was good enough to identify a multitude of lines within the organization that I have no understanding of, that really are operational. So here's a question for administration, I suppose, more than anything else, is that, so how do I as a councillor know that we've essentially been, as an organization, we've been as responsible as possible with the spending in all of those lines, so that I can go to the citizens and say, you know what? Absolutely, these are as tight as they can be within this category. Or is there any more room to at least ask administration, hey, can you explore this a little further and see, is there any more savings to be found? And if you come back and say no, not without impacting service levels, I'm good with that. Or vice versa. I guess that's my question, is and I hope that doesn't seem out of line or disrespectful to the process. I just, that's kind of what I'm wondering about.
Administration.
Thank you, Mayor, and through to Councillor Magoon. I do have a quick aside question, if I could ask of Mr. Osmond. Mr. Osmond, in the 2022 budget, are there any new positions contemplated for the town of Hinton?
The only new position contemplated in the budget was proposed as an operational business case. And I believe the decision on that business case was negative.
I believe so. And so if I could, to the councillor's question, I think, and I appreciate you're asking me for a hypothetical response, but my hypothetical response would be that council, through a difficult budgeting process, made a decision that there'd be no COLA increase, and that's sorry, Rob?
Sorry, it was the consensus of council that the operational business case not be included in the base budget.
Correct, excuse me, thank you. That there was that, and there was not the addition, so the decision again on, so council's done a really good job in controlling what costs council and the community can control. And what do I mean by that? We have certain agreements, and Mr. Osmond spoke to this, so we are contractually obligated to certain salary increases in 2022 that we must do. That includes the RCMP and the contract with the RCMP. It includes our union partners. So outside of things that council and that administration cannot control, I think that council, in the case of this item, has done a fairly good job in controlling costs, and that would be my suggested response to residents. This is not unusual. Most municipalities hit this point in a discussion. They take a look at the consolidated, and I've tried to resist a bit of the knee-jerk administrative response, which is if you want to reduce it, you go after salaries. If we were to go after salaries, we do necessarily have to speak to service level reductions, because the two are connected. They're inextricable. Excuse me. But at this point, we haven't gone that route, and I want to be very clear to anybody listening and to those that are here. But it is a struggle to keep any, and every municipality struggles with this, but to keep a mill rate increase under what we know to be the rate of inflation, because that really is where you try to smooth it over. One of the benefits that, and perhaps a bit of a long answer, Councillor, but one of the benefits that we do have, and it is coming back to the consolidated, and perhaps just to avoid any confusion, but we do see that increase in municipal taxation year over year from 18,114,000 last year to anticipated at 18,851,000. Now, I want to be very clear to council, that's assessment gain. So that's not anticipating anything more, because you bring the numbers forward, and maybe Rob just confirmed this for me, but we bring last year's assessment numbers over, and typically you see an increase in assessment, such as we see here. A 4% gain is your assessment gain that the town has experienced. So that is, of course, a benefit. We are seeing growth. We are seeing growth in assessments. We're seeing new growth. And so that helps as well, because that does give us some money to offset some of the other costs that we, again, can't control.
Thank you for that, interim CEO. I'm just, who asked that original question? It was quite a while ago.
It was Ryan.
Councillor McGuinn, are you good?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Councillor McGowan, I think the answer to your question is, how do you challenge this, what Brian was describing as $1.5 million extra spending that we really don't have a good idea about? We just stop and say, we said a year and a half ago 3% was good, and that's our fiduciary obligation to the taxpayer, or do you challenge it in some way? You know, I'm good if you vote me down and you challenge it someplace else, but the traditional ways in organization to challenge these kind of things are to go with percentage reductions and then find out what's impacting the service levels. And if you're dealing with, like I say, an organization working with you in good faith, you'll come to unacceptable service level reductions that you can't tolerate. Otherwise, you sit here and you're going, like Brian, like $1.5 million increase in expense. So what's going on here? That's the way you challenge it, I think, in the organizations I've been in.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Just a reminder to council that we do have a motion on the floor. If there's no appetite to pass this motion, we can have a follow-up motion more specific to what I think the rest of the council is saying. So with that, I have Councillor LaBerge.
I was going to suggest we call this to question, and then I have a comment after that.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Council, anything further? Seeing none, call to question to direct administration to develop scenarios for a 0, 1, and 2% mill rate increase, identifying potential service level reductions with each. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated 5-2. Councillor LaBerge?
Well, first of all, I'll make a comment is that we're not talking about gutting anything here. We're talking about increasing these contracted services by 376,000 and increasing salaries by 640,000. It's another $1 million. So, I mean, it's not talking about going in and slashing and burning what's there here. There's some really, really healthy increases being anticipated there. That having been said, I'd like to make a motion, please. To direct administration. I'm going to withdraw. Sorry.
So no, did you still want the floor, Councillor LaBerge?
No, I'm going to leave this go for right now. Sorry.
Council, seeing no one in queue for myself, again, it comes down to the 325. If that number is enough for us to reconvene on February 15th, then so be it. If not, I am of the mindset to make it higher than that, because I do agree with Councillor LaBerge that our expenditures are just simply too high. Now, whether that is going to be contributed to the mill rate or to extra reserves, one of the two, we don't have to identify that right away. But if we want to see less expenditures, we can just focus on tasking administration to go back, find 325 plus another amount, reconvene, have that conversation, and decide where that will be implemented, whether it's the mill rate decrease or additional contributions to reserves. That does not have to be decided tonight. So for me, I see the numbers are just simply too much. So if we focus, I believe, on whatever that additional amount is, 325, or we're content and we move on tonight and we reconvene. So with that, I have Councillor Magoon, then Councillor Sashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Sorry, I had another question of administration. I just have to get to where the line item is, sorry. So it's in the operating business cases deliberation tracking spreadsheet again. It's regarding the economic development focus line item.
Page?
Sorry, that's on page 39 of 54. It's line item number 5. It's right above the reserve contributions. So I noted that it's marked that it starts in 2023, which I didn't think was the motion that was put forward by council, but I couldn't find the original. I couldn't find that original motion, but as it would happen, I did find it tonight in the minutes, actually. So in the minutes of the January 14th and 15th meeting, which is on page 4, the motion by Councillor LaBerge to seek consensus to include the economic development focus in the 2022 operating budget. I'm just seeking some explanation on that.
I can provide a response through the chair to Councillor Ostashik. The format of the consensus decisions coming out of that was that these be included in the 2022 budget. However, there was an understanding at the time that they were not just being included in the 22 budget, but also in the 23 to 25 plan. And so in this case, we did have council's consensus to have it included in the budget and the plan. It does not have an impact in 2022's budget, but it does require that some aspects of this initiative be addressed in 2022. And then we see the cost changes in the plan in 23 to 25. So that's the nature. I believe there are a couple of items that were considered throughout the day that didn't have immediate impact in 2022, but they were impacting the plan years.
If I could follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
So if I could follow up directly to Councillor LaBerge then, because that's not my recollection. My recollection of that consensus request was to achieve some savings in the 2022 operating budget. So I'd ask that directly to Councillor LaBerge. Thank you.
The answer is yes. That was my intention. That's where I thought we were headed.
Councillor, Mr. Osmond?
So for clarification, I know when the council request forms had come in regarding this topic, that they had identified a request to see savings in 2022. But when the business case was presented to council on the 14th and 15th, the scenario that's outlined in the tracking sheet was identified. I do think that if council required a conversation about the specifics of that project and why there was not budget impacts in 2022, that it would require moving in camera.
Councillor Stashik? Any?
Well, at the risk of belaboring the meeting, I would like some clarification on that. Because my understanding was that the intent was to try and realize some savings in 2022, and we've confirmed with Councillor LaBerge, who made the motion that was carried unanimously, that was his intent as well. So I guess if it needs to be communicated to council in closed session, then I'd like to move that we go into closed session, please.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik, and if I may, if we can do with a 7-minute break, and if you're amenable to that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Council, all those in favor? Thank you. PM. Council. Any further directions, questions? Councillor LaBerge.
Yes, and now I won't stop in the middle of it. I would like to make a motion, please. That council directs administration to find $275,000 in addition to the 325 quoted earlier. From the base operating budget. If I can just speak to that quickly, and it actually goes back to comments earlier about the sustainability of tax increases, and I go back to it and say, if I take a look at page 37, we're going to collect $737,000 more in revenue. Now, that's been referred to as tax creep, but it is flowing into the organization. We're asking for a 3% tax increase, which is another $390,000. And then on the expense side, we've got over $400,000 worth of debentures dropping away year over year. And there's a $593,000 decrease in what we're calling one-time projects. So there's $1 million in revenue and there's $1 million in expenses that aren't being paid this year that were paid last year. So where I came up with the $275,000 is say, we've had one-time projects drop by $593,000 year over year. The combination of those two numbers will realize some of those savings for the taxpayer not doing one-time projects rather than building it back into operating. And there is still a $428,000 drop off in debentures that were paid last year that won't be paid this year, available to pay for increases. So it seems to me that the funds are there to pay for the things that we need to pay, and it's time to take a disciplined look at the cost of operating the organization.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Council, we have a motion on the floor, and I have Councillor Haas.
Yeah, I guess it's just to clarify, I'm not against this motion. I think if we can find some savings, I agree. I mean, that's cost efficiency and everything. I just, because I heard Mayor Michaels earlier speak to if we were going to go above and beyond, does it go towards taxation or does it go into reserves? Would that be a conversation that we would have at the time? And I guess this is my question to either Councillor LaBerge or the administration, but where would that cost savings go towards is my question.
Councillor LaBerge?
I would be happy to see them go to a general tax savings for citizens or into reserves, one or the other.
So if I may, this is up to council. If somebody wants to put an amendment, I just know for 120 minutes we talked, because it's hard to balance multiple things that we want to change. So to me, my preference is to tackle one and then have a conversation to where it comes from after. But again, the will of council on how they want to tackle this. Councillor Haas?
It's not where I want it to come from, it's where I want that to go. If we're gonna say to come back to 275, where is that money gonna go towards? And I guess in my mind, I would wanna see that go into our reserves. Personally, I think the 3% is reasonable. I'd like to see this money go into reserves. We've as Councillor Risk depleted our reserves over time. We need to start plugging money into that. So that's just my question, is if I'm all for finding savings, it's just where does that savings going to end up, that's all. So.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I support this. This to me is just another way of doing what I was trying to unsuccessfully do, so thank you for carrying the torch. I appreciate that. My only thing would be, would there be a possibility of a friendly amendment? Like, would you want to understand what the service level implications are of this and have that brought back to council? Would you want to include that in that motion?
That is such a friendly amendment that I think I would love to have that in my motion.
Oh, nice of you. So do I.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor is requesting a friendly amendment to add
that council direct administration find in addition to quoted earlier in the base budget and bring back any service level implications.
And bring back any service level implications.
To council.
To council. Yeah.
It's a very eloquent amendment.
It is, isn't it?
And Councillor LaBerge, with that wording, you're comfortable with that friendly amendment?
Love it to death.
Perfect, thank you. Council, we have a amended motion on the floor. Councillor Taylor, anything further from you?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Risk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To administration, tax money affects our capital project. Is that true? So when we do up when you do up the 5-year, 25-year capital, are you dependent on reserve money, which comes from taxation?
Mayor, through you to Councillor Risk, to all of council, and certainly Rob, if you wish, I'm not sure philosophically, every community is a little different. So some rely on reserves, some rely on a mix of reserves and borrowing, some reside on a mix of reserves, borrowing, and current year expenditures. Rob, has there been any, I'm sure there has been, what was the discussions for the town of Hinton regarding capital expenditures, both in 2022 and anticipated in our 5-year capital plan?
Thank you very much. So the question was discussed at length. One of the things that Hinton did this year was they approved a capital budget that didn't require the current year's contribution to reserve to proceed. So there's no operational contribution in. However, a significant portion of your ongoing long-range capital plan is funded from reserves. And those reserve funds are gained through taxation. So in effect, I believe the answer to your question is yes. Taxation is where the municipality gains money for reserves, and a significant portion of those reserves raised are for future capital projects. So although we've ended the practice of funding out of the current reserve allocations, they are an important part of your capital program going forward.
Just quickly, taxing people is not the worst thing to do on earth. It's not. Tax money keeps our town beautiful. Tax money keeps our roads looking good, our infrastructure, our parks. So, you know, I'm kind of with Councillor Haas. You know, we'll send them off to go look for another $275,000 and we'll take it from there. And how do we make that up? I don't know. I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor Taylor.
Your Honor, could I just seek some clarification from Councillor Labarge as to what number we're talking about when he says the operating budget? Is it the $34 million number? The $30 million number? The $15 million number? Which number is it?
What I asked for is that it comes out of the base operating budget.
Okay, which number is that here?
I don't know.
There's no number that says that.
Yeah, I don't know that it's in there.
Mr. Osmond, do we have a ballpark number of what the base operating budget is?
Yeah, so essentially the amount that is described as your total expenses in the summary. Just a second, I can get it on my screen.
34.5.
So your total operating expenditures, 34,521,442. That number represents all of the expenses in the budget. The base budget comprises all of that, less the operating decisions that were made by council during deliberations. So there's two components in that $34.5 million is comprised of the base budget and the decisions made by council. And I believe when we discussed the 300,000, council made it clear that the direction to administration was to look within the base budget and not to be reconsidering the operational business case decisions that council had previously made.
Councillor Taylor?
So that amount is 34.5 million minus
600,000.
600,000? Okay.
1.8%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'll be in support of this. And I really believe we need to see what the impacts are for the 275 before we decide where we take it out of. or where we allocate it. If it's major cuts in services, we may not want to do it. Then we may agree on a number. It might be 210,000. Then we can lower the mill rate by 0.5%, make it 2.5%, put the remainder in reserve. We can have that conversation later. We want to task administration to find operational savings. Where it goes, to me, let's find out what that operational saving is, what are the consequences, and then we decide where it goes. So to me, we don't have to decide that tonight unless there's a will of council, and if council wants to decide that, sure. But that shouldn't impact, from my perspective, whether we believe in the principle of finding 275,000 in operational costs. So for me, I strongly support this. I look forward to what administration finds, and I look forward to February 15th to have the conversation of what it is and debating with council. Hey, we have extra costs, whether it's from the RCMP, et cetera, and maybe we have to tighten our belts and provide a different level of service or find more creative ways to deliver that service. So to me, I think this is a great start. It doesn't say that we have to do this, but we'll see what that looks like on February 15th. So I look forward to that, and then to reconvene with council and deliberate on where we want to land. Thank you. Council, any further debate, questions? Seeing none, I'll call to question that council direct administration to find 275,000 in addition to the 325,000 quoted earlier from the base operating budget and bring back any service level implications to council. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried 6-1. Council, any further directions? Questions? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion related to the library budget, if I could, please. I'd like to direct administration to reduce the library budget by $20,000. And my logic is...
One moment, I'll just ask for the motion to come on the floor and then you can speak to it. Councillor Taylor, that's, are you good with that direction?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, floor is yours.
Our library's one of the highest funded per capita libraries in the province, in a population range of $5,000 to $50,000 at $55.14 per capita, as opposed to some of our nearby communities like Edson at 35.28 per capita, Drayton Valley at 45.96 per capita, White Court at 29.7 per capita, and that's according to municipal affairs stats. So we brought this up to the board director of the library, and he didn't dispute those numbers. I don't think we would be honoring our fiduciary obligations to the taxpayers unless we looked at trying to bring our library's fundings more in line with the norm, and I do believe that this reduction will try to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate, questions? Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So and this is to Councillor Taylor, in comparing our library with other libraries, is it a fair comparison? Are they as large? Do they offer the same services? Do they have the same number of people working there? So what's the comparison, if you know?
Councillor Taylor, did you want to respond to that?
I haven't done a detailed comparison, just done a gross level funding comparison.
Councillor Race.
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor Haas.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be speaking in favor of this. If it's a conversation to have next year, it's a conversation to have next year. I'd like to have a conversation more in detail with the board. I know that just recently I attended our past library meeting, and based on the services we have, we've had a efficiency report come to us, and the efficiency report based on the library we currently have could use actually another 2 positions potentially, but knowing that there is no more in the budget and that's not going to happen. But we're still continuing to offer the services despite that, and we're looking for efficiencies within the library as well, for various things, to either increase services or decrease some services in some areas as well. So I feel torn between being on that board and also being as a council member, but currently without having the conversation with that board and council, I just can't support this at this time. Again, maybe next year to look into the future of it, and I think that would be a conversation to be had. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. I have Councillor Magoon and LaBerge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't support it at this time. I think the big thing for me is there's a lot of information I'd need in terms of those comparables. It's one thing to simply do a per capita comparison of various libraries. A big question I have of what are those other libraries experiencing in terms of personnel? Are they attached to contracts which are tied to, wage increases with unions? There's a lot of personnel issues I don't have there. I think maybe a long-term approach is maybe to enter in some discussions with the library board to say, hey, look, this is one thing we're considering for next budgetary year, and start talking about those numbers early so that the library board can potentially plan for those. I've always been very impressed with the level of professionalism that the board brings to their requests year over year. And I would hate to sort of surprise them at the 11th hour and say, hey, look, we're going to cut $20,000 off of your budget. We've done it before, and I know it hasn't left me feeling good as a councillor. And I think in this case, there's bigger fish we can go after. So I just wouldn't feel good about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor LaBerge.
I appreciate those comments, but I know these numbers are long-standing. Like, this isn't something that's happened in the last couple of years. So for Hinton to supply a library to its citizens, it's 36% more than Edson to supply a library service, 16.6% more than Drayton Valley, and 46% more than Whitecourt. I mean, we're not talking rounding errors here. Those are really significant numbers. And the other thing is the ask this year is $446,000. That's building a $60,000 reserve. Like, taxpayers got to pick up that $60,000 as well next year. Like, when that falls away, that all comes back on the taxpayer. Like, at a point, and lots of boards haven't come and talked to us about the operating implications of the organization. But I think 2% or $20,000, which is less than 5%, is a reasonable number to start.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. I just want to check, Councillor Stashik. I know I've missed you a few times tonight. Were you in the queue? Yeah, Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So similar question to what Councillor Risk asked earlier, but I'm going to direct to administration. Is there any explanation or understanding on administration's part regarding why our municipal libraries' operating costs could be significantly higher than other municipal comparables?
Administration.
Mayor, through you to Councillor Ostashuk, I'm going to ask Rob if there was any discussion to this. I know you deal with a lot of line items, and has the administrative team here shared with you any rationale as to the increased costs of the Hinton Library?
Thanks for the question. I think some high-level observations I could make is that the unionization of the staff is certainly something that affects cost and wouldn't be homogenous across all the libraries that you could compare to. I think the other thing that would lead me down the road if I was looking into this more would be about level of service, because the level of service provided by any particular library is not restricted by the level of the library next door. So I know that in conversation, we've talked about some of the reasons why things may be more expensive, just in general terms, but in terms of the specifics, I think it would come down to the service level being provided by the library.
Councillor Stashik?
Yeah, if I could follow up. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that these questions weren't asked or asked more in depth when a library board representative was here. And Councillor Haas is here, but I remember from previous budget discussions regarding the library that there are extenuating circumstances that our municipal library is under that other municipal comparables aren't, including, I'm going off the top of my head, but I believe there was a facility, the facility that they're in, who pays for the facility, whether the facility is rented or the municipality supplies it, contracted cleaning services, town, or whether it's town staff cleaning services, that there's a whole bunch of other variables that because of the structure of our municipal library operating board, that it's completely and fully independent. They have significant operating expenses that are absorbed by the municipality in other places. So I'm not saying that the $20,000 request in this motion is appropriate or not appropriate or anything like that, other than I can't support it at this time because I don't have enough information to be able to make an informed judgment on it. As I think has been discussed earlier already by some of the other councillors, more than happy to have this conversation and discussion moving forward throughout the year in preparation for the 2023 budget. But to just do it right now off the cuff without that supporting information, I'm not prepared to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. I have myself. I'll be speaking in favor of this. The reason is I think we're being pretty consistent. We've tasked our administration to go find a fair, large amount of money. We've only given 80% of the funding to the museum of what their request was. We cut other ones to still give 96% funding and say, hey, we're all challenged right now to find monies. 96%. We still have 2 weeks to hear from them if they're going to close or anything egregious that could happen from only funding 96%. So for me, for part of the budget process, I have to look at all the options, and to me, this is a reasonable cut, 4%. And we regroup and we all have to take it from different angles. And to me, I'm comfortable funding at that level. We're still one of the most funded libraries, even if we decrease 4%. And again, if information comes forward between now and February 15th or March 1st, if that's the date we pass the budget, then I can always revisit. But this at least gives the indication that we have a lot of work to do and we have to spread it out to some extent. I have Councillor Haas and Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'm not against having a discussion with the board in the library and to have that conversation. But we've made the comment tonight that we as a council aren't the experts in this and to get into the weeds, and we've tasked the administration to go forth and to find extra dollars. We're just cutting it here. We're not giving them an opportunity to have that conversation, right? And I mean, we don't even know if we are going to cut that because we're saying administration bring it back, but we still have the conversation as maybe we don't want to cut it. But to just say it's simply $20,000 at this time with not having all the understandings, I don't think is fair, honestly. I think that if we want to take a look at it, they have taken reserves over the next 3 years and tried to take some burden off the taxpayer. And it was a conscious decision that was made by the board, knowing that there is some lean years coming. We've got some in reserves. Let's take some burden off. If we want to have that conversation then as a council with that board over for 2023 and say, look, we are looking at, we need to, cut back on some things. I know as a board member, we'd be more than happy to have that conversation, but I just don't personally feel comfortable with making that cut right now with not understanding all the variables. And, I'm just not comfortable with that at all at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Risk and Councillor Taylor.
Well, he says you're first now.
Well,
He changed
but
his
he
mind,
was
but you go
first.
ahead. please.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we took the museum down to $45,000, and they reacted. They invited us for a little tour, a meeting. And, so then tonight we made a change. And I think, we reacted to the meeting that we attended. So I'm thinking by moving ahead with this motion, deducting $20,000 from their ask, that may motivate them, the library, to come and have an additional conversation with us and let us know why that money is so important, all of it. So Hank, if you're listening, I probably will support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, a few things. Sure didn't keep the grass growing on the Historical Society's feet. We haven't made a final decision. We're just cutting it. You got a chance to come back and tell us. If they respond the way the Historical Society did, they will come back and explain things to us. The other thing is there's been some comment made that some of these questions weren't asked. These questions were asked exactly to the head of the library board when he sat here. This exact statement was made. Why is it different, and what are you doing to keep your costs in check? And there were 4 reasons that they gave all of us that were sitting here. Nobody was absent as to why there was a difference. The second part of the question wasn't answered at all. What are you doing to try to get your costs in line with the libraries in the so that's apparently it's not even on their radar.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, anything further before I call this a question? Mr. Hanlon.
Thank you, sir, and perhaps just through you to the whole of council, and I don't know if it's a point of clarification, but administration is going to be hard pressed. I'm going to just be honest, to come up with a $500,000 reduction, and I guess I would seek possibly some council direction that if this 20,000 were to go ahead, that it form part of that 500,000. It's going to be a tough task for administration. I would ask for clarification on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Council, if anyone wants to speak to it, I still stand by we're not passing the budget today. We have an option to look holistically at all the decisions and what administration comes with forward and tackle that on February 15th. So that's my mindset. But again, I appreciate the comments from our interim CAO, but that's the will of council on how we want to proceed. Council, anything further? Seeing none, I'll call to question to direct administration to reduce the library budget by $20,000. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried 4-3. Council, anything further for our first action item for this evening? Seeing none, thank you, administration, council. Productive conversation. I look forward to February 15th with all the potential changes. That'll bring us to our rapid housing operational business case updates. Mr. Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the whole of council. Just myself get caught up here. We are moving on to action item number 2. This is on page 41 of your agenda package. And I will ask our Economic Development Officer, Scott Kovach, to lead us through this. Again, very good news story, CMHC grant, and the ability for us to proceed with phase 1 of the rapid housing operational business case. And Scott, please provide us that update.
Thank you, Interim CEO Hanlon, through to Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity. So the McMillan or Bhutan lands were purchased for the express purpose of a residential development to accommodate seniors housing with a consideration on affordability. November 20th, 2018, a bylaw 1127 was passed that authorized Hinton to incur indebtedness for this debenture to purchase the Bhutan lands. February 6, 2019, administration presented council with information memorandum of purchase disclosure for the details for the land that was purchased. October 27, 2020, design charrette report was completed and presented to council at a standing committee with number 3 option preferred, an approach for a collaborative partnership for the development of the Bhutan lands and to seek grant funding for affordable housing. On December 10th, 2020, excuse me, the town of Hinton applied for the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation Rapid Housing Grant with assistance from Colliers, who have expertise in the field for housing project management and applications associated with CMHC. The town of Hinton was declined for the RHI grant in 2021 based on the fact that it was in the winter of, the winter of 2020, or 2021, excuse me, as the grant was oversubscribed by 600%. August 31st, there was an opportunity for the town to once again apply for a second intake, and that was retooled from the original estimate of the project, where we were to provide $1.784 million in development projects for 20 units, where we had reapplied for application for 8 units. And the scope of the work was redefined and reducing the estimate to approximately $820,000 as our commitment for servicing those 8 units in the application. December 1st, 2021, CMHC awarded the town of Hinton $2.258 million from the grant as a contribution for the development of 8 affordable housing units. On December 22nd, 2021, the town of Hinton executed the RHI agreement, and on January 4th, 2021, CMHC transferred the project contribution grant of $2.258 million on behalf of the Canadian government. The report in front of you is to establish how we got to this point and what we need to complete the project, keeping in mind the tight timelines associated with the Rapid Housing Initiative. The report includes information provided by Colliers because they were engaged to assist the application process based on their experience and their grant application in project management. The information provided presents information from the application, the processes that were identified, and the process costs. It should be noted that Colliers has not been chosen as a project management team, and that procurement policies will be followed to establish a project management team based on our practices. Project management under this definition would include obviously grant reporting and expertise not found currently in-house. And throughout the document, you'll see that when we made the application for best practices, we used a rent geared to income formula, which is the most sustainable model for affordable housing. And the unit size and best practices were taken from Alberta Affordable Housing, and that a letter of intent with a local nonprofit management agency in town would possibly utilize a similar requisition process based on rent geared to income for seniors, geared with a revenue of approximately between $600 and $650 per month. And please note that with regards to the tendering process associated with the application, that we did go out to APC and use the Alberta Purchasing Connection and the town of Hinton's website on December 1st, 2020, with our tender. There were 14 submissions. They were graded with 3 that made the final cut. And we had 1 submission from a contractor within 100 kilometers as a finalist. So at this point in time, I would like to bring Diana Beckford into our conversation. Diana is our capital projects manager, and she at this point can identify the processes that we have used currently and the processes we would use in the future to complete the project. Diana?
Thank you, Mrs. Kovach. Good evening, everyone. So where we are to date, as Scott has mentioned, we went out to tender to select 3 shortlist members. And as mentioned, that was part of the application process. Now that we have done that, now that the grant is approved, the next step to the construction process is to deliver this project using a design, build, procurement process. And this process it's a strategy that that will deliver a competitive process to give the town the best value for cost for this project. The 3 shortlisted contractors will do a competitive bid with the following criterias. And this includes 8 affordable housing, 4 one-bedroom units with a minimum size of 700 square feet, and 2 two-bedroom units with a minimum size of 900 square feet. The other criteria would be the available funding, the schedule, which as stated in the report, we have to have occupancy by October 31st, 2021. The other criteria that will be used will be the Alberta Affordable Housing minimum requirements. And just to go further with that, the minimum requirements is 2 units must be accessible and must be energy efficient. The other criteria will be using a SOR, which is Statement of Requirements, and those are the specifications to the tender process, what is required for the contractor to bid on. The other criteria would be Evergreen's operational criteria, meaning, a good example of that is what is required in these units to be fully operational from Evergreen's operational process. The other criteria will be all the contractors, the 3 contractors that will be bidding on this project, they have to have the capacity to deliver the infrastructure services for the land as required. So as Mr. Kovac mentioned that the construction aspect of it, I just mentioned, and there you have the project management aspect of it. And as mentioned, we will need to go to tender in order to select a project manager for this project, because at this moment, we do not have one. And in order to move this project forward, a project manager has to be in place to get the project going. Thank you.
Thank you, administration. With that, I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
I'm confused on how our local builders and suppliers are going to be considered in this process. I understand that there's building the modular home, and that's being contracted out, and that's probably contracted out of town. But then there is the roads that have to go, the sewer, the water, the electrical, the plumbing hookup. How are our local businesses and contractors going to be considered in that particular process?
Administration?
Councillor or Mayor Michaels through to Councillor Taylor. Based on the process that we have that's set in front of us by CMHC and the RFQ process that we put forward, there's definitely an opportunity for the individuals or corporation companies that are involved in the prefab to hire local subtrades. There was no requirement for them to do so as far as what was presented for our application process. So what I'm saying is that there's definitely an opportunity for the 3 finalists to engage local subtrades. They're not excluded from it. And you know, I don't, one of the options possibly could be when we work with whoever is going to be our project management team, when we put it out to tender, is to make the suggestion as a value added that in the scoring process, they bring local subtrades to their final proposal.
Yeah, Hello?
Councillor Taylor?
I'm just concerned that if we get an out-of-town builder, what always seems to happen is they bring their own plumbers, electricians, road building people in, and then the local business people are left completely out of the process. I'm not saying that the locals have to have a competitive, price preferential or anything, but they have to have a reasonable and a fair chance of bidding on the process. So businesses aren't going to be happy if out-of-town guys come in and take everything.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Before I go to Councillor Risk, I have a follow-up on that point. Currently, if there's no other direction from council, the scoring mechanism, does it have a component for local contractors, or would you need a direction from council to consider that? What is administration's intention regarding that?
Mayor Michaels, through to Albert Ostashik. Albert may have a response to that before I respond. So Albert, certainly I would acquiesce to your question before that's answered, or your comments.
Councillor Ostashik, did you want to respond to that?
No, I didn't have a response to that. No, I just wanted to speak to the matter in general. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. Your hand was up. So it would certainly be the will of council to direct administration for us to make sure that that is part of the process. We are in control of the management team that we hire, and we are in control of the process that we're asking them to undertake.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kovach. I have Councillor Risk, LaBerge, and Ostashik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is in regards to the $820,000 debenture and the 20 years to pay it back.
Mm-hmm.
And the cost of the loan is over $300,000, which
Mm-hmm.
takes the whole project over $1 million. Why are we going 20 years instead of 10 to pay this back?
Mayor Michaels, through to Councillor Race, I put that in based on information that was provided to me initially by corporate services. I have two other rates that are available, and I ran the numbers for 10 years and for 5 years, and so certainly I will provide that information to you. I just got my files in front of me here, and so based on the amounts, and let me just make sure that I'm quoting the right numbers here. Excuse me. I can provide you that information. I do have it handy. I just have a lot of information. Okay, so thank you for being patient. So on a 5-year term to borrow the $820,000, the interest and principal and interest would bring the charges, the total charges to $880,937. That's at an interest rate of 2.65%. And for 10 years, to borrow the $820,000, the principal and interest would be $137,000, $585, for a total over 10 years of $950,585.80.
May I? So can you break down the interest and the principal? Can you give me two numbers there instead of one?
Sure. So the total payments would be I've got excuse me here. It's unfortunate that these are the principal and interest are broken out into monthly payments, and unfortunately, I don't have a running total of the interest and the principal separately. I just have their payments over the year, but I can make that information available to council.
Well, that would be great. That would
Yeah,
be great.
certainly. And the same is with the same, unfortunately, is with the 10-year. And just for your information, if you're ever wanting to know when you're looking up projects, what I'll include in the information package that I put out is through the Alberta municipalities and the Alberta government, there's a loan calculator that you can use that will calculate the interest and the principal and blended amortization for you over a number of different years of your choice. So I will make that available shortly.
Thank you, sir. May I be put back in queue, sir?
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor LeBerge.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the ultimate cost of the project when it's all said and done. So the 2.2 that's coming from the federal government, that's easy. So council pay, or town of Hinton, I guess, paid 1.25 million for the land. Now we're servicing it for 820. Given what portion of that land is a portion to what's being built right now, what's the land component cost? Given the total site's $2 million servicing in now, how much of that's going to be used for this phase 1 project? What's the land component cost of this phase 1 project? Is that something you've had to look at?
Administration?
Mayor Michaels through to Councillor Labarge. So, and I apologize for my ignorance because I'm trying to understand the question here. You're asking for what the cost of the land and the servicing is for phase 1. Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay.
What's our component contribution to building these 8 units?
All right. So we had a contribution letter that indicated what the value of that land was. And the approximate value of that land, I believe, was, because I don't have it right in front of me, was approximately $239,000 for that parcel of the land. And then we have, I guess, what you'd call a service range between $600,000 and $820,000 for that land, depending on how much servicing we're going to provide to it. So is that answering your question? I apologize if I'm not providing the right information.
So approximately $600,000 in total then?
We have $600,000 in servicing, and we've got about $239,000 for a land value that we have as a contribution.
So $830,000. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBerge. Councillor Ostashik.
Actually, as there's no motion to debate or discuss, I'm going to withdraw for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. Councillor Risk.
Oh, okay. So are we going with 900 square feet or 700 square feet? For the
Mayor
site?
Michaels through to Councillor Race. So we have 2 floor plans that we are considering. One is a 1-bedroom, and the second one is a 2-bedroom. And there is, based on the design criteria approach, there would be a variance in the square footage based on models that were put forward by the different developers. But there would, for the 1-bedroom, could be anywhere from 450 to 700 square feet, and with the 2-bedroom ones, it could be anywhere from 650 to 900 square feet. And as recently as this afternoon, I had a conversation with Colliers, who's been our subject matter expert at this point in time because they've assisted us with the application process, and they are telling me that we can change the ratio of 1- and 2-bedroom homes to whatever we like. The bottom line is that we received $2.258 million for the construction of those units. And if we were to build 8 units or 10 units, and if they were all 2 bedrooms, the bottom line is that our contribution is not changing from the federal government. So any cost that we would incur over $2.258 million would be on us. So the opportunity exists for us when we go out to tender in our process is to challenge our contractors to provide the best value. And we can ask them to provide us with 2 costs, one for 1-bedroom and one for 2-bedroom. And then the option is ours to decide what we proceed with.
And thank you. And I just have one, well, I got a whole bunch, but when you gave us the breakdown on rents, the 2 different rents, are utility costs part of the rent? Are they included?
They're not included in the rent?
That's what I'm asking. They're not in?
Yes, they're not included in the rent.
Not. Okay. Is the yard work gonna be done? I know 25% of this has to be done by October. Is the lawn gonna be in, or is the fencing gonna be in? Or is that,
Mayor Michaels, through to Councillor Race, there's a number of questions there. And when we take a look at what was put in the application and going back to where we had landed on this through the design charrette process, we have an open concept. So there will be landscaping that's included, but there, at this point in time, no fence was part of any of our quoting or conversations when it came to any of the design components and construction components.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I have Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Magoon.
I got a question and a possible follow-up. Is it going to be possible to challenge the project manager and the builder to construct possibly 1 or 2 more units? Is that one of the things we can challenge them on?
Mayor Michaels, through to Councillor Taylor, absolutely, 100%. Our contract, our contribution agreement with the federal government, CMHC, says that we have to build a minimum of 8 units. The contract does not preclude us, or pardon me, exclude us from creating greater savings and building 9 or 10 units.
I'd like to follow up with a motion if I could, Your Honor. The council endorsed the construction plan associated with the Rapid Housing Initiative for the development of a minimum of 8 units with a goal of building 10 units on the Bhutan lands and undertake a debenture of $820,000. I'll speak to that after we get that up there.
Thank you for that, Councillor.
I can do.
Is it one of the options?
Well, it's basically a recommended action with a few words added.
Go ahead.
That council endorsed the construction plan associated with the Rapid Housing Initiative for the development of a minimum of 8 units with the goal of building 10 units on the Bhutan land, on 10 units on the Bhutan lands, and undertake a debenture of $820,000. Yeah, it's late, so I don't want to go on too much about this, but the cost of building it with 8 units works out to $350,000 to $400,000. That's really quite high for a 600, 700 square foot, a 900 square foot. And you could go down Moline Drive or Sunwapta and buy a completed house for that amount. So we don't want to give back the grant, but one of the ways to challenge it and bring the cost down is to challenge the builders and the developers to get us more product. And if we could possibly get 2 more units, that would bring the cost down by 25%. If we can do that for the $2,300,000. So that's what I'm trying to do, is get savings for the taxpayers, get more affordable, I won't call it affordable housing because it's expensive housing for the low income people, and make that expensive housing less expensive for the low income people in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a motion on the floor. I have Councillor Magoon, Haas, LaBerge, Ostashik.
No, I'll withdraw, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Haas,
No, I'm in favor of this, thank you.
Councillor LaBerge.
Yeah, I'll speak in favor of this as well. I mean, that's why I asked about the land cost. I mean, to supply between a 450 and a 900 square foot modular home for $390,000, no developer profit in there, it just seems really expensive to me. I'm happy to have the funds, but I think because they've been given us, it's important to be prudent with their use. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Stashik?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So I'm going to speak in favor of the proposed motion. Anything we can do to maximize the number of affordable units that go into that place is going to be beneficial for the town and the people that need it. One thing I do want to speak to quickly, though, I've several times now heard the number of $350,000 to $400,000 per unit get thrown out there. And I just want to clarify that it's not actually that high. What you get for the roughly $3 million that's being put into this is full site servicing for all of phase one, which is where these units are all going to go. Plus, there's a whole bunch of additional site servicing for phase two that's going to be there, ready, and available for future development that's also being paid for out of this. So it's not fair to take the $3 million and divide it by the 8 or 10 units that are being built in phase one. There's additional benefit, there's additional future development that's going to come out of this investment. And I think that's really important to clarify that for anybody that might be watching or listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stashik. Councillor Haas?
And thank you, Councillor Stashik. I won't say more to that. I just wanted to point out the fact that, you know, we are putting money into this, but it's also investing in those other areas as well. So it's the goal of this area to get started and then, you know, get that servicing happening. So I think, you know, that investment alone is very important to this area and this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor LaBerge?
Very quickly for clarity, the 2.258 divided by 8 is 282,000 per unit for the 8. And that's why I asked about the land component. So 830,000 was what I was told was land component divided by 8. That's another 100,000. So that's $382,500 per unit as proposed, just using the land cost for phase one. So it's pricey, and I would love to see it come down.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. I'll be speaking in favor of this. Again, there's a lot of perspectives or different ways to calculate the cost of these projects and how do we compare it to other dwellings in the town of Hinton. But this program is a federal program that makes the delivery of these 8 to 10 units much quicker. So there's a premium on the cost of developing it in such a fast time. There's so many variables to play. Overall, this is a program that we were selected with, and the additions and the changes in this meeting to go to 10 units and to have a competitive process is going to solve all of those questions on that. So I look forward to supporting this, and I want to thank administration with the new information. Councillor Risk?
Thank you, sir. So I truly will support this. However, can we still have a conversation on that debenture? You know, what it looks like, paying it back over 10 years? We can have that later.
So administration, just for clarity, we can still give further directions on the debenture. I see a nod.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that'll be a separate matter. Assuming the authorization of council here to proceed, that'll be a matter that does come back to council at a later date.
Thank you for that. Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I just wanted to also, I mean, this is an extremely important decision moving forward. You know, past council, you know, took this land, bought it for these purposes, and now moving forward with this, I want to just thank administration too for, you know, you went after a grant, it was, you know, overtaxed, and then went back for it, and we received it, and it just, you know, again, appreciation to them and the work that they did, and thank you to the federal government as well for the grant as well, you know, to make this area get started in this area and the housing in our community. So I think this is just a monumental decision based on, you know, what's happened in the past with everything that's happened, and, you know, from the charrette to the buying of it to the charrette. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council? Anything further before I call this a question, Councilor LaBerge?
Can I ask one more obvious or maybe not so obvious question? So we're talking about this December 31st move-in date. What happens if we don't hit that? What happens if that's missed?
Administration?
Mayor Michaels through to Councillor Labarge and the rest of council. There are absolutely no guarantees that we would get an extension on this particular project, but based on conversations with again Colliers, who's got some experience with this project and is working on other projects with the government and other grants, there's an opportunity for us to continue to ask if we need for an extension as we get closer. But I think the reality is, as long as we're moving forward on the project and we're reporting on the project, we will be successful in delivering the project. Now, the timelines are fairly tight, but in talking to Colliers, who's been our subject matter expert up till this point in time, and their connections with the people that were shortlisted, we're still feeling very confident that we can be successful. But time is of the essence. We in an ideal world, we should have been started on this project 30 days ago, and so that just means that we've got more pressure right now. But we certainly feel confident that we will be able to complete the project, and if necessary, be granted the extension, knowing that there will be other communities that will be asking for the same thing. And I'm sure that the government will see that there are constraints such as supply side management related issues that are out of the control of the proponents like ourselves. So I'm quite confident that we can deliver.
Thank you. And I wasn't suggesting that we couldn't or that we should slow it down. That was purely a what happens if it doesn't question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor LaBerge. Council, anything further? Mr. CEO Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I do have a question of council on the amended motion, if I could, and it's a bit, I don't mean to chase it down a rabbit hole, but I will. With the addition of 8 units with a goal of building 10 units and an indication of I'm going to use the term intentionally, maximum debenture of $820,000, it begs the question through a tender process, what if? What if through matters of scale, production, tendering, I would not want to suddenly have council find out that for another 70,000, you could have got another unit. Why didn't you? So I don't quite know how to, and I hate to use the term corrected. I'm not sure it's corrected, but I would hate to miss out on an opportunity through the subsequent tendering process to act on this motion and be bound by an expenditure constraint. So I don't know if that makes sense. But
So if I may, does this fall in the category where a debenture bylaw will have to come forward to council for approval? And if so, those are things that we could, I leave with administration to sort of tweak. And if that's the case, to my knowledge, since we were borrowing this money, it will have to come back to regular council at a later date.
Right. If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to just to my SMEs on joining us here on Zoom, to Scott or Diana, the timing of the debenture for the servicing, I'm going to assume will likely proceed and come back to council before the results of any tender process. Is that a correct assumption?
Mayor Marcel Michaels through to interim CEO Hanlon. I've had conversations with our director of corporate services, and in speaking with Ms. Fox, there are certain intakes and certain deadlines that have to be met with regards to the debenture process. And my understanding is that we would have the project tendered before the next intake. And you'll have to please indulge me because I don't think Ms. Fox is on the line. I believe it was April 30th is the next deadline for a debenture intake. So we would have started the tender process before that, if that's the question. I hope I'm hearing the question right and responding to the question properly.
I'll go back to interim CAO Hanlon. Any direction with what council should do with this at this moment?
I'm not quite sure, Mr. Mayor. As I said, my greatest concern is I don't want to miss out on an opportunity. And I do think there would be the capacity in terms of awarding the subsequent tender. So I'm not now, we're going to have to bring the tender back to council. I'm now not talking debenture, I'm talking the actual tender. And I would imagine at such a time, if council directed, we could likely find additional monies through reserves, if it made sense through the tender, to acquire a 9th or 10th building as part of this, if it just made so much sense that it would be foolish not to take advantage of the tender.
Councillor McGowan.
Yeah, and I guess my question for administration, with that concern laid out, based on what Councillor Taylor has put on the floor, just adding a simple couple of words following the 10 or more. And I realize essentially what I hope we're clarifying potentially with that small, hopefully friendly amendment would be that, yeah, council's willing to entertain any kind of economy of scale here to maximize. We're going to agree on a debenture that'll have to happen. And then at that point, really what we're looking to do is maximize the usage of that tender for the process of building out as many units as possible. I mean, really, it's who's willing to do the most for us. And if there's a potential to build, say, a 11th or 12th unit, and it would require, a relatively small additional investment, I would hope administration would feel comfortable to come back to council and say, hey, look, there's a chance to do this even better, but it would cost a little bit more. This is what we look for. So that's a question, I guess, as much as anything.
So in order to move this forward, and this is what I'd like to request from administration, if we need to change the motion, it's either a blank check or a different amount, right, to gain extra security. And to me, there's mechanisms between now and then in order to make sure that we can build this. So I just don't want to keep going in circles unless there's a recommended direction for council to amend or change the direction that's on the floor. And if that's an extra $50,000, then so be it, in order to give that assurance. But otherwise, I think all 7 councillors are just going to speak in circles regarding this. So again,
if I could, Mr. Mayor, I think that the recommended motion is fine. We do need to identify an amount, and we've been at 820,000 now for several months. I think we stay at that. Perhaps it's just enough for council to be aware that through the tendering process, there may be some capacity to we believe administratively there's opportunities available here to do better on the pricing. I'm just concerned about the binding of the 820, and yet council does need to bind administration with that number. So we'll be aware of it, and if there's opportunities through the tendering process, we will certainly come back to council. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you for that. Council, anything further? Councillor Taylor.
Do we have to extend the meeting before we vote?
We'd have to pull this motion from the floor, table it in order to do so, because you can't bring up a motion.
Oh, no, I'm happy just to vote first. Okay.
Council, anything further? Seeing none, I'll call to question that council endorse the construction plan associated with the Rapid Housing Initiative for the development of a minimum of 8 units with a goal of building 10 units on the Bhutan lands and undertake a debenture of $820,000. Council, all those in favor? That's passed unanimously. Councillor Haas.
I'd like to move to extend.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council, all those in favor? And Councillor Risk.
Thank you, sir. I just have one question while Diana's still here. You had said, no, all we need is a project manager. I believe that's what you had said.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Risk. So at this moment, we've been talking to Colliers to give us their expertise for the project the application to CMHC. Now, at this moment, we have a proposal from Colliers, but we haven't selected a project manager. So the next process would be based on our purchasing policy. We would have to go to tender to select a project manager in order to move the project forward.
And how long does that process take? We seem to be a month behind already.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Risk. The timeline is really tight. It would have to be a very, very short turnaround timeline in order to get this process going. Typically, it would be 2 weeks to do a process like this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Risk. Councillor Taylor.
We have local builders that, I mean, these are, what do you call these, prefab homes that have built many prefab homes. So are they eligible for bidding on this?
Administration? Mr. Kovac?
Mayor Michaels, through to Councillor Taylor and rest of the council. So just as we sort of walked through the process in the beginning, when we talked about the timelines, and inside the report, it talks about the RFQ process and where we shortlisted the process. So when it comes to the manufacturing process, right, this was open to our contractors already once. So that process would carry us out again. So we've got this short list of 3 that were graded out of the 14 that became the finalists. So there's I think there's 2 things on the table that we're talking about. We're talking about getting a management team to manage the project. And now you're asking about, can local contractors be involved in the manufacturing process or construction process? Or you're talking about getting local builders to be part of the management contract? I just need some clarity there.
I think I'm just seeking clarification and you just provided it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor and administration. Council, anything further? Seeing, Councillor Taylor.
Later on in the process, I understood, I don't know if we want to really leave this one, and that was a scoring system to ensure that local builders, developers, suppliers, tradespeople had a reasonable chance of getting some work here. Is there any, I mean, I'd like to put a motion forward. I understood that was maybe a reasonable thing to do to try to secure some of our local folks some work. I'll just leave it at that before I maybe make a motion.
Councillor Magoon?
As much as I like that, I seem to remember for previous capital projects with, I think, past councils, that was a question we had asked, and some previous information at that time we had given was that it would be, if we put in clauses that favored local builders over and above any outside bidders, it would put us in contravention of either existing trade law or NAFTA or some major trade agreement that could jeopardize the town legally. That was my understanding the last time we asked that question. Now, again, if that's wrong, great. But if administration could clarify, that would be awesome.
Administration? Any comments? Councillor Stashik after.
Mayor, through you to Councillor Magoon, to all of council. Yes, so the Northwest Free Trade Agreement has very clear regulations regarding you cannot prefer local tenders, or vendors, excuse me. You know, you could, I guess to Councillor Taylor's question, I would ask council not to make a motion. That's simply not to put a motion forward. I believe it's fair that administration understands that we want to be sure to be promoting this as we reasonably can within the rules and regulations governing our procurements to ensure that there's an opportunity as possible for local vendors. I would not want to do anything that would allow unsuccessful vendors to challenge the process itself. And so that would be my concern. I will say from a planning and development perspective, which is my background, that the servicing of this is a bit of a sweet spot, I'm going to suggest, for the local, in that it's really not significant or large enough to mobilize somebody from a distance away. It's not a $3 million either surface or underground contract. It's a fairly modest contract, which will likely be very attractive to, I would hope, one of our local contractors. So if I could, maybe that's as far as I would go. Thank you.
Can I just follow up and clarify with that? I want to just emphasize, I agree with Councillor Taylor. I think it's really important, and I really appreciate the comments by our interim CAO, is that I think half the battle in this is promoting and making sure that our other developers locally have all the information to make well-informed bids that put them on par with other folks.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michael. So earlier in the conversation, I was in queue and I pulled myself out of queue because there wasn't a motion up yet and I didn't want to belabor things. But since it's come up again, even though there's no motion, I'm going to speak to it. If there is any kind of a motion from council for preferential treatment of local subcontractors and suppliers, I won't support it. There is a thing that's imposed and upheld by the courts called duty of fairness in terms of tendering, and it's held up by the New West.
Do you want me to?
Scott, you're not muted. And it's upheld by the New West Partnership Trade Agreement, and it basically says you cannot give preferential treatment to anybody, whether they're local or not. You can't. So having a scoring system that ranked local suppliers higher would open the municipality up to a huge risk of lawsuit. So I wouldn't support anything like that. I think that's a risk and a danger, and I think that's something council needs to stay well away from. However, I do think there needs to be something in there that when the general contractors are going out and seeking sub-trades and material suppliers, that there is an indication, an encouragement, and a direction to actively seek out quotes and tenders from local suppliers. Because what I've heard from local subcontractors and material suppliers isn't that it's not that they didn't get the bid. It's not that they felt that, they didn't get preferential treatment and out-of-town suppliers were brought. The complaint I get is that they didn't get an opportunity to even provide pricing. And that I don't think is fair. If there's a project going on in Hinton and our local suppliers who should have an inherent natural advantage by being local, they don't have to pay subsistence to employees, they don't have to pay them a living out allowance, anything like that. They should have an advantage that helps them get that work, but they do need the opportunity to bid on it. So an encouragement to the general contractors to make sure they're seeking out local subcontractors and and service providers would be absolutely supported. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stashik. Council, anything further for our second item for this evening? Seeing Mr. Kovac.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels, through to council. Before any further definition is applied to the motion, one of the things that will have to be identified for administration to proceed is the tender process. We have talked about Colliers as a subject matter expert, and we talked about the timelines, and Councillor Race, talked about how that impacts the tendering process, impacts sort of our deliverables. And so I'm just wanting a point of clarity or a point of information that we need to talk about the tendering process, just because I had heard some concerns about the tendering process. So a point of interest or maybe some support from interim CEO Hanlon.
I guess what I'll say is there an additional recommendation that's not in our package that administration would like to bring forward now that we could consider? I'm somewhat confused.
Mr. Mayor, no, there is not. I believe that we've very clearly heard the direction of council on this matter. Administration has shared their philosophy on this. I want to be very clear. There are many things we can do in conjunction with a project manager. that won't put us offside of any trade rules or regulations, and we'll ensure that that's done and nothing more.
Council, anything further? Seeing none, again, thank you, administration and council. That'll bring us to our third and final action item for this evening, which is the appoint to community engagement and advisory committee, interim CEO Hanlon.
Thank you. I believe I'm going to take council through action item 3 on page 53 of your document, of your agenda package. This is the appointment to the Community Engagement and Advisory Committee. This matter is before council to address a current vacant position for public members on this council board and committee. One application for the Community Engagement Advisory Committee, the CEAC, was submitted and was reviewed by council during your January 25th Committee of the Whole meeting during a closed session. Council must now vote by way of secret ballot to determine whether the submitted application will result in appointment of that applicant to the CEAC. Bit of background on this: the CEAC currently seeks 4 public members to 2-year terms. Council previously appointed CEAC members based on a 1-year term. There are currently 5 active public members on the CEAC, so again, we do have quorum. Roles of the CEAC have been designated as culture, recreation, education, health and wellness, community and social services, local economy, natural and built environments, and 2 citizens at large. The previous council did not support the community sustainability plan, as they found that the document needs to be updated to better align with the current and future direction of Hinton. Therefore, these roles were not assigned during the last 2 organizational meetings of council, 2020 and 2021. Roles may be assigned by the CEAC committee, There will still be 3 open positions on this board if council chooses to appoint the applicant. The committee will still meet quorum if the remaining 3 positions are not filled. Moving on to the second page, a notice for applications has been advertised through the Hinton Voice, the town Facebook page, Civic Sends, and the radio. These advertisements have been ongoing from the organizational meeting since October 26, 2021. Public members appointed to boards and committees will be notified. A courtesy call is made for applicants that may not have been selected, which may or may not happen here this evening. The alternatives are shown there. Option 1, that council appoint this individual to the Community Engagement Advisory Committee for a 2-year term, or 2, that council accept this report for information, which would result in no new members being appointed to the Community Engagement Advisory Committee at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. So we can do our voting now and we'll collect it. So we'll give a moment. Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Sorry, since I'm not in attendance in person and this is a secret ballot, is there a provision that I can participate somehow, or would the recommendation from administration just be that I recuse myself?
Pull your ear a little bit.
Mr. Mayor, we're just checking into that question.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Councillor Stashik. Administration will be one moment.
No problem.
Mayor, through you to Councillor, I'm so psyched out now. Holy crap. Lost a shuck, sorry. There are 2 options for you to consider, sir. One would be to recuse yourself at this time, as we would retain quorum and could proceed with consideration. If in doing so, there is the potential for a split vote, possibly, we could then set up a poll with you. It would take us about 5 minutes to do so. And so we'll leave that to your direction if you wish on this matter. We can proceed either way. You can recuse yourself, or if we perhaps could request a 5-minute recess, we could prepare to have you participate.
Councillor Stashik?
So if there's no opposition from council in terms of expediting things, I would just recuse myself. I'm okay with that as long as council's okay with that.
Council, any objection or comments? Seeing none, and I support the recommendation. We'll allow Councillor Stashik to recuse himself, and has everyone submitted their votes?
Does he have to cover his eyes while we?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, we will confirm the appointment has proceeded. The individual will be contacted by administration to confirm that appointment.
Councillor Haas?
I believe we have to make the motion though. So I'd like to make the motion. The council appoint Rachel Arsenault to the Community Engagement and Advisory Committee for a 2-year term.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Any debate? Just for clarification, so Councillor Stashik will not vote on this either? Administration?
That would be correct, sir.
Okay. Council, any further deliberation? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That was carried unanimously. Councillor Taylor.
Just a quick question regarding this topic. There's been some question as to the future of SEAC. Is it appropriate that we address that when we get into strategic planning and the role in our organization, and then we can carry on with SEAC? I speak to that question as the councillor looking after SEAC. I see at least one nod.
I mean, I'll lean on administration, but since this, the item for today was to appoint someone, it's not a topic on the agenda.
All right.
If there's a will of council for another day, we can add that.
No problem.
Council, anything further? Seeing none, that'll bring us to our discussion item, mandatory face covering bylaw 1163, section 8.1.2. Interim CAO Hanlon.
Sir, nothing really new from administration to report at this time. I think we can proceed if you wish to the next item.
Thank you. Council, any comments, questions, direction? Seeing none, that'll bring us to our information items for this evening. Any questions? If not, I'll entertain a direction. Councillor Magoon.
Move that we accept council information package number 3 for January 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Council? Seeing no one, I'll call to question. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. That'll bring us to a reporting, and I'll start on my right. With Councillor Taylor.
Short-term rental is getting some traction out there, and the issue that's getting traction is non-resident, whether that's somebody from out of town or somebody who just lives in town and doesn't live at the residence. So that's going to be an interesting thing to think about in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only one thing to report, and that would be our meeting at the museum, and the time I got to spend with Anne Russick was amazing, amazing. That's it, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor LaBerge.
Yeah, Wednesday was a busy day. I did appreciate the time that the Historical Society took with us that day. And then after that was meeting of the Green Square business owners. And I really like being part of that group. That's the group of businesses that put on the Snowflake event at the Green Square. And I forgot to bring this up during our budget discussion today, but we should probably think, we did do away with the food funding, and we should probably think about some Canada Day and some Halloween fireworks money somewhere in the budget as well. And then Thursday was Community Futures board meeting. We're going to move around a little bit. The next one's going to be in Edson. So I think I'll do it by Zoom. Who wants to go to Edson?
No takers yet. Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. Councillor Magoon?
No, the same as other councillors. I attended that Historical Society meeting at the museum. Other than that, nothing to report.
Thank you, Councillor Magoon. Councillor Haas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things. I wasn't able, unfortunately, due to work obligations, to get to the to the museum, so my apologies for that. I wanted to speak real quickly, but to remind all of council, I attended the Alberta Municipality webinar for Alberta Provincial Policing on January 19th of last month, now in February 1st. It was very well attended. There was, I think, over 500 people via Zoom, and we broke out into 4 different groups, but it was Alberta Municipality preparing us for the upcoming provincial meetings for provincial policing. So I know Mayor Michael sent it out to everyone, and so did Kathy Heron as well. So I encourage you to take a look at that schedule. They're really recommending that councillors break up, because they may not be able to ask all the questions, so break up, not all of us going to the same one. There's a number of virtual meetings. I know I'm attending the March 14th one. Some very interesting things come out of that meeting. I just thought I'd share some quick highlights. Currently, we pay about $500 million is the current cost of the taxpayer with our current structure as it is with the RCMP, and with the provincial model to the taxpayer, we're looking at $734 to $758 million. So that's quite a large increase. There's a lot of questions on service delivery. What is service delivery going to look like if provincial police do come into effect? Dispatch was a big one. We've got a lot of issues with our current ambulance EMS dispatch. Is it going to be the same way? How are they going to distribute members? Because they're looking at provincial commissions, about 7 to 9 members, and how are they going to distribute that? What kind of community integration? It talks a lot about also pensions, capital reserves. What is it going to look like going like fleet services and things of that nature? What is the buildings going to look like? We currently own that building, and what is the province going to take it over? How's that going to work? Then they also brought up 2 special services. So what is tactical units going to look like? What are special units, major crimes, etc.? So a lot of unknowns that are coming. So really encouraging, if you can make it, to check that schedule and get on that list and to the virtual sessions. There is some in person as well, but I think a lot of those are full already. Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor?
Who are those sessions led by?
Well, the province is leading them, and they're the opportunity for municipalities to then ask questions, interact with the province. And so this was an opportunity for Alberta municipality to kind of prep the municipalities as to the issues and stuff. So, yeah.
Perfect, thanks.
On that note, so another matter, and Mayor Michaels can add anything, but we attended a waste management meeting last week. Some changes are happening, and one of them is that the Yellowhead County has stepped up, and they're going to take over the administrative duties of our landfill. And so you might have noticed in our budget there was a $73,000 decrease in revenues, because that's what was coming to our town to do administrative duties. But they're going to take over that. And the conversation of commission is not ending. It's just going to be delayed somewhat to get established administratively. And this was in conjunction, all the CAOs were in conversation about this, preparing for, you know, the running of the landfill and the future of the landfill when it comes to the commission. So that's all I'm going to speak on that. Mayor Michaels, maybe we'll speak more onto that, and if there's any other questions for Mr. Hanlon as well. So that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Before I go to Councillor Stashik, then I'll speak regarding waste management. Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed that we did all this work, and other councillors, Mayor Ireland spoke to it too, regarding putting the pause on it now. So, but all 4 administrators from each municipality want to be able to reassess, regroup, and move forward carefully. If it is with the commission, I do have my reservations with that, but I hope we have more clarity on what the short and medium term impacts or progress that we'll do towards that will be at the next meeting. So yeah, a really strange 180-degree turn to pause at this time. So more to come. Councillor Haas.
Yeah, if I may, and they're looking at hiring. So currently, right now, within the capacity, Yellowhead County can take over for the interim, and then they're going to be looking at hiring a person for that position to run the landfill. And I think, if I may, and I agree with Mayor Michaels, I mean, it was a bit of a 180, but to get established administratively, and I think we set a goal of 6 months to then re-look at the commission. And some of the board members felt that maybe if this is working, maybe the commission isn't, but we're still of the mind that most of us, that the commission is the way to go to expand the waste management in our communities moving forward. But we'll have that conversation 5-6 months down the road once there's a person hired in that position and get a better understanding of it. So
thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Taylor.
Brian Cash coming into the fold, is that still coming?
That's still on the table. Nothing is confirmed regarding that.
All right.
Council, with that, I'll go to Councillor Stashik.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So I also attended the Community Futures West Yellowhead meeting on Thursday of last week. That was the meeting with the open invitation for the Hinton councillors and administration to attend if they chose to. Unfortunately, as Councillor LeBaire said, it had to be held by Zoom, but so I apologize if I miss anybody, but I want to thank Councillor Risk for attending, and if anybody else did, thank you to you as well. It was hard to track who was all there because it being a Zoom meeting, but anyway, maybe next time it can be in person. Speaking of next time and another opportunity for council to check out Community Futures, just a reminder, they're hosting an open house event on February 24th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. So if you want to stop by the Community Futures office in Hinton on the 24th and learn a little bit more about what Community Futures does and what some projects are that they're working on, that's a great opportunity to do it. That's all I have to report this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. For myself, nothing else to add over considering for waste and the policing. That was well spoken to. With that, I'll hand it over to our interim CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Similarly, still just, wow, lots of work to do, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to be working with council and with the administrative team here at the town of Hinton. Hoping and looking forward to our discussion a bit later this evening. I suppose I won't venture into that area at this time, but continuing to get to know the members, spending some time out and around the community on the evenings, just had a chance to get out to the arena, and man, it's been so long since I played hockey. I want to play hockey, but it was great. The kids were out, the coaches were out, and just the I think we all know the smell of the arena. I love the smell of an arena. It's so nice, but what a great facility. Had a chance to spend a bit of time in the library and meet our staff there. So all in all, still onboarding, and I'll hope to have more, both from a report standpoint and wrap my head around the status report here as we talk a bit later tonight. So
Thank you, and thank you for surviving almost our entire meeting. Still a little bit, but congratulations on your first regular meeting of council. And with that, that'll bring us to administrative inquiries. Are there any for tonight? Any notices of motion? And if not, I'll entertain a motion to go in closed session. Councillor Haas.
Make the motion to go in closed session.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council, all those in favor? Thank you, everyone.